is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Billy Boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Either your ass, that's fitness. FYF got a hit list. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we'll win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attracted to my haters, outlast them. Passports stamped it. Can fund it, work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
FYF, okay. Know what measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled, this ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Bank account still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champion's here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready talking on real. Yeah, get hard, could be on the real. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, a bit too funny. Debunking, they say, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get distorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too high, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now, your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too high, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now.
FYF Sports, man. We're back. And today, man, we got to talk about it because nobody is. I mean, salute to everybody in the chat too, man. Pulling up for the late night stream because we got to break down a lot of facts. And so what I've done today, this is what I've done today because I'm going to be about 30, 45 minutes before I start bringing people in. Slime says, niggas got songs dissing Ticket. He the GOAT. All right. I guess if you want to say that. All right. I appreciate your opinion. But I appreciate you being here watching because today it's not about nobody else. Right? This is about Deshaun Watson, man. So Slime, man, let's try to stay on topic, man. The song is just an intro. Right? That song is about 6 months old, man. So you're a little too late on talking about that, man. Come on. So I mean, I know you might be new, but let's stay on topic here. All right. And in Slime looking, unlike Ticket, we're not going to talk about LeBron tonight. All right. A little self-control. All right. So today we got to talk about Deshaun Watson, man. Salute to, I saw Taj in here. He hopped in here early. Salute to Taj, Scorpion X, man, Georgia on my mind. Salute to everybody in here, man. That's plans on staying on topic because what I've done is I've broke down. He said, Lamont, it's lagging, it's messing up. I don't know. That might be on your end. It don't. It look fine. If it's lagging for anybody else, y'all let me know. May West says it's lagging. May West says it's blurry and it's lagging. Is it lagging on y'all end? Y'all let me know. Everything looks fine. Everything looks good to go. Sam said it's all good on his end. May West, you might want to close your YouTube and hop back in. He says, I am blurry. I'm not for sure what it is. I don't know. My feedback right here looks crystal clear. Taj says it's not lagging for him. I mean, before we start getting into the heart of it, he said, no, it's just blurry. I don't know why it would be blurry. Emmanuel Scott said, I'm good. All right. For the people that might be having, he says, we good now, but he says you were blurry. All right, so hold on. I'm going to give people a chance to restart their YouTubes, man. So now would be the time, man, to close your YouTube, open it back up. Close your YouTube, open it back up. And Jatoro, if it is kind of pixelated, that's probably something that'll fix itself over the course of the next 30 minutes. I don't expect that to be a problem for the duration of this stream. Actually, let me look at I'm gonna look at the feedback real quick. My camera just froze, so it could potentially be something on my end. He says I'm on 144p. All right, let me fix this right here. Hold on 1 second. Let's see what I can do. All right, I might have to switch cameras, man. Let's go to this camera. All right, hold on now. I just reset the camera. Y'all let me know if that's good. I just reset the camera. Nothing more I can do other than resetting the camera, y'all. He said, I'm here for my dude. You know it's too late for Wally Alpha Buckeye. You know, Alpha Buckeye, this is too late. It's past his bedtime. Wally ain't going to be here. It's too late. All right, everybody says it's better, man. So, yeah, we good. So today, what I've done is I've done something that I haven't seen really anybody else do, right? I pulled all of the as much of the legal documentation that I could pull. I pulled as many statements from conversations that were had between some of the accusers, attorneys, deposition hearings, and everything. And what I've created is a chronological timeline of this entire Deshaun Watson sexual assault allegation situation and how we got to where we are now. And then the biggest indictment on all this is, man, you know what? ESPN is supposed to be the sports leader, right? ESPN is supposed to be that go-to network where we can go get the news, regardless if it's something we agree with, if it's about our favorite players, right? If it's good news, if it's bad news, you're supposed to be able to go to the sports leader for the most unbiased sports and news information. But now what we've seen is that ESPN has now gotten so divested into the politics, right? They've gotten so divested into certain communities that now now what they're doing is they're attacking. They're not only just withholding information that's getting released to them, right? So all the information that I have right here has all been accessible to ESPN, yet they failed to report on it in this light, because reporting on it in this light makes Deshaun Watson look innocent, right? All the information, and these are, and everything that I'm about to report on is things that the grand jury saw. The grand jury saw some of these same information and said, "Hold on, we can't put this man up on charges with this weak information." Right? A lot of lies were exposed. Even ESPN even attacked one of their own NFL analysts, Adam Scheffler. Right? Adam Scheffler, when the news came out that the grand jury was not going to charge him, Adam Scheffler dropped a Twitter post saying that this is why Deshaun Watson from the beginning welcomed a police investigation, which is true. Deshaun Watson from the beginning welcomed a police investigation. It said he further stated he felt he knew that the truth would come out. Remember, Deshaun Watson just couldn't talk. Obviously, you know, unlike Brother Polite, whenever you're dealing with a situation like this, you don't want to go running around YouTube, running your mouth, right? You know, you just shut up and let your lawyers do the job. So he couldn't really talk. And some people took his silence, that they used that to say he was guilty, right? Through a lens. They're killing Adam Schefter for this post. And then the end of the post said, and today a grand jury did not charge him on any of the criminal complaints. As soon as Adam Scheffler dropped this, I'm talking about a flurry of other analysts from other networks, including analysts from ESPN, start retweeting his tweet saying this is a horrible take. Oh, you sound like, they were saying he sounded like he was on Deshaun Watson's legal team. But hold on. I mean, all he did was report the news. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what ESPN has failed to do. All right. I've created a chronological timeline. I'm talking about, this is an in-depth timeline, start to finish, showing how we got here. We're going to be breaking down statements from all of the accusers. We're going to be breaking down some of the things that I feel that the grand jury heard and saw and said, hold on, these things don't add up. This ain't making no sense. And if X, Y, and Z happen, then you would have X, Y, and Z evidence to back it up. And so in many of these cases with these women, they had these outlandish allegations, but no evidence to back it up. No text messages or IG messages to back up what they're saying. Many of the women involved, it was found by many of the women that they had went back and deleted messages. When, even though they were the ones accusing Deshaun Watson of deleting Instagram messages, they were the ones after the forensics had been done, a digital forensics had been done on all of the accusers' accounts. They were the ones found to have went back and finessed the messages to kind of blur the lines and make things seem like what they weren't. So I've collected all of the sworn affidavits along with statements by relevant parties and other smaller details. Right? I've collected all of these things, right? And we've chronologically organized these things to break down the lies, right? And this is something that ESPN should have easily been able to do. Because remember, whenever it's against one of these athletes, whenever it's against a player, these ESPN analysts will spend a whole hour breaking down in detailing how these guys were guilty. But when it's time to get to talking about these guys being innocent, they know where to be found. Remember, I keep telling you this. The only thing ESPN is good at when you innocent is they know how to run your name on the little ticker on the bottom of the screen and say you was innocent. Outside of that, they don't give you no credit for being innocent, especially when it involves women as the accusers and they're found to have been liars. This is not a situation where Deshaun Watson was just proven not guilty criminally. This is a situation where these women, these accusers, there's evidence, documented evidence proving that they are lying and colluding, right? Colluding to make up stories, right? To make their civil case stronger. And the goal of the civil case is to extract money from Deshaun Watson. That's the only goal of that civil case. They never intended to pursue this as a criminal case. Why? Why did these lawyers never pursue this as a criminal case? Why did they always pursue it as civil? Well, one, the civil court of law, it's a lower burden of proof. You don't have to have as much evidence to win a civil case. Far less evidence to win a civil case. So what you bring forth is not going to get scrutinized and critiqued as toughly as it would in a civil case. Remember, in these criminal cases, you're dealing with somebody's life. They're not, these attorneys and these judges and most of these prosecutors are not going to play around with no weak evidence, especially if you have a good defense attorney on your side, just like Deshaun Watson. And that attorney he had wasn't about to play no games with this. Mina Kimes is a female reporter. She has to stay in line. Yeah. And see that. And what happens with this in situations like this is before I start breaking down all of these details chronologically. See, what happens is ESPN is starting to make the female reporters and the female sports talk analysts over there. Now I look at them all in the same light. I look at them all like I look at Molly Karam. You have some type of agenda pushing some weird feminist movement, basically stating that all these women are right, no matter what they say, no matter what truths come out to disprove it. They're right, and the guys are always wrong. So all of the women over there, because they've been either silenced, I don't know if these women have either been silenced by ESPN. I don't know what's going on with it. But now all of these women, to me, are bundled up into the same group. I have to bundle them up in the same group. Y'all have some type of agenda against men. Right? And so I'm going to go ahead and just start breaking it down. Right? I'm going to start breaking all this down. And so remember, we got to start with each of the accusers, right? And we're going to, and because this is YouTube, because again, I don't know how these people are going to take it, because again, I'm exposing some real details. I'm just going to label them as accuser 1 and then go down the list of how they're detailed on the thing. All right, hold on, y'all. My camera's freezing again. Technical difficulties. We got to fix that before we get started. Man, hopefully this ain't an issue that keeps going on tonight, man. When you run 2 cameras, man, can't be having this, man. Can't be having this. Okay, so, and then, you know what? I'm actually might end up dropping the link to bring a few people in here. I saw Shut Up and React TV. Actually, I might, after I go through a couple of these allegations, if you still hear Shut Up and React TV, I want to drop the link for you. Also, 2 Blunt Sports, because I know this is something, something you might want to report on as well. All right, especially the content creators, man. I want to get a few of you guys in here, but I got to start dropping some of the facts on this right here. So we're going to talk about Jane Doe number 1, accuser number 1. Okay, so accuser number 1. Her credentials: she's a licensed massage therapist and a business owner. Her first contact with Deshaun Watson was on March 28th, 2020, and she said that her allegations happened on March 30th of 2020. Now, she accused Watson in the civil suit. This is what she accused him of. She said she was assaulted during a massage in her home last March. She says that Watson reached out. All right, and not last March. This is March of 2020 she's talking about. She said Watson reached out to her on March 28th to schedule an appointment. The plaintiff had been working hard to grow her small business since 2018. Plaintiff was excited and encouraged that a local sports star was seeking her services. Via text, Watson asked the plaintiff if she was comfortable with certain areas of his organization, meaning his growing region, to get worked on. She said she was fine with that. She says that Watson asked her, am I expecting to see someone else there, or is it just you? Right. So now she's saying things to make it seem like Watson was kind of digging and trying to identify, was anybody else going to be there, or is she just going to be by herself there? Like she's trying to dictate her story to make it seem like he's being sneaky here, like he's being deceptive. And this is a common thing. This is how you can tell all of the accusers were coached in their statements. And I think this is where that the civil attorney for the accusers, this is where he went wrong, and this is where he started to get exposed. She further stated during the massage, Watson became aggressively dictatable in the massage, during the massage, and complained that she was not doing what he wanted. The plaintiff began to think that Watson only wanted sex. Watson repeatedly directed her towards his penis. She alleges that he purposely exposed the tip of his now fully erect penis under the towel. And excuse the language here. That's why I made this a late night stream. We don't need no kids involved because we got to break down the details of this. She said he began moving himself to expose himself more, and eventually turned to touch her hands with his penis. The plaintiff immediately ended the massage and started to cry. This is what she said. Remember, I want y'all to keep some of these key sentences in mind. The plaintiff immediately ended the massage and started to cry. Remember, the emotions, started to cry and telling him to leave. Watson said, I know you have a career and a reputation, and I know you would hate for someone to mess with yours, just like I don't want anyone to mess with mine. Later, she says Watson reached out to her via text to apologize, and she did not respond. Oddly enough, that actual text was missing. She couldn't find it. She said she deleted it because she was so emotionally distraught that she deleted the apology text. Oh, okay. Then she says a few weeks later, she was DM'd on Instagram by 2 other NFL players saying that Deshaun Watson had recommended her to them. The lawsuit implies that she did not respond. This is the first one. So this is where, and also the DMs from the other 2 NFL players, turned those DMs over. Those DMs to the massage therapist sent to this Jane Doe were deleted from her account. So her encounter with Deshaun Watson the first time was so awful, right? It was so awful that Deshaun Watson told 2 of his other buddies to go to her. That's how bad it was. He told 2 other players to go see her. Remember, she said the last thing that he said to her when he walked out of her massage parlor, I know you have a career and a reputation, and I know you would hate for someone to mess with yours, just like I don't want anyone messing with mine. Remember, she said she broke down and started to cry and ended the massage. That's how it ended. So if the massage ended like that, then why would Deshaun Watson tell 2 of his other teammates to go to her? If it ended badly, why would he tell 2 teammates to go there? And then those messages that she had to those other 2 NFL players magically are deleted. She don't have them. She was too emotionally distraught to talk about. This is the type of evidence that the grand juries had to sift through. These 2 other NFL players had no problem turning over their Instagram messages and their communications with this lady. But when it came time for her to turn that information over, magically deleted for whatever reason. And then you play the emotional game. I was every time I looked at the messages, it made me cry. That's what she said. Looking at the messages made her cry and think of that incident. Those two unnamed NFL players, they also they also gave a deposition stating that they had a massage with her as well. One of the guys said, who was married, which I understand why he didn't probably admit it. He said that it was just a normal massage, while the other guy said that something sexual happened. That was in a deposition. This is the information that the grand jury. This is the information that the grand jury had to sift through. That's accuser number one. Remember, we only not saying names because we know that all of these accusers, they are known liars, one, and we don't want them coming back trying to target this video like they targeted us the first time we dropped this video. Remember, first time we got targeted and we got suspended from going live. That's still not stopping us. We got another Jane Doe, y'all. We got Jane Doe number 2. Okay, we got Jane Doe number 2. First contact with Deshaun Watson, April 19th, 2020. And she said that the incident also happened on April 19th, 2020. She's a licensed esthetician. Hopefully I said that correct. Right? And she's a business owner. So she's not even a licensed massage therapist. She's a licensed esthetician. Right? She has also deleted her entire Instagram page. But before it was deleted, obviously you cannot delete these things from YouTube. But she had a very provocative YouTube page saying to DM her for appointments, kind of giving people the impression that if you DM'd her with the right dollar amount, you guys would possibly be having sex. And we know those types of women on there. So, but again, we're not even gonna put her on there. We're gonna hear her story out. Let's hear her story out. After we hear this second Jane Doe story, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna bring a few people in to talk about this because this is crazy right here. So she says when Deshaun Watson reached out to her for a massage, she says she was confused as that she was an esthetician who only markets skincare services. She was an esthetician and only markets skincare services. However, she was excited that an NFL player was reaching out to her for her services. Watson told her that he liked to keep his business confidential. She told Watson that she did not specialize in massages, and Watson indicated that it was fine. Plaintiff told Watson over DM she was nervous and had never worked with a famous athlete before. Watson promised to walk her through it and give her direction. After arriving at the spa, this is what she said. Remember, listen to the same trigger words. You can tell that they were coached to use specific trigger words. Watson aggressively dictated the session. Didn't the last accuser use the same words? Aggressively dictated the session. The last accuser said that he aggressively dictated the session. This attorney's messing up. This is where he got sloppy. Watson asked the plaintiffs. She said Watson asked the plaintiff to go deeper into his buttocks. That's what she says. The plaintiff says she began to get scared, but assumed that Watson was used to licensed professionals and would not make unusual requests. When Watson turned on his back and he dropped the towel, exposing his penis, he told her not to pick up the towel as the plaintiff massaged Watson's groin area. He repeatedly turned to touch her hand with his penis. The plaintiff was frightened and confused, and she tried to ignore it. She was frightened and confused. She tried to ignore it. She says shortly after she was frightened and confused, she's doing all this stuff. She's frightened and confused. She says shortly after this, Deshaun Watson ejaculated. She says she was mortified. She ran off and cried. Same as the other lady. She ran off and cried after he ejaculated, and she told family members afterwards. Okay, so you massage is the thing is she's given these depositions, she's given these affidavits, right? And this is what the grand jury is actually reading. Hold on, you're just massaging him, and just all of a sudden, right? Nothing else going on. First of all, you're not even a massage therapist. You don't know what the hell you was doing. So you don't even have the excuse that you just so nice at your job, you might have accidentally made it happen. But she says she's an esthetician who's not a massage therapist, don't know what the hell she's doing. But all of a sudden, she gets to massaging this man. Oh, and just there you go, ejaculation everywhere. That's what she said. That's her story. This is number 2. And then she said she was mortified after it happened. She ran off crying and she plays the emotional game. That's accuser number 2. can you guys tell me right there? And I'm gonna go ahead and get the link in here because we got to go through all of these Jane Doe stories right here. Did any of that sound credible? Mind you that none of these people had any evidence to directly back up anything that they're saying. None of the places that they were in had cameras. There was none of them were caught on camera running off and crying. None of them can show proof of text messages of families and friends saying that, oh, such and such happened at this time and I'm so upset. None of them had this information. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. All right, so again, we're going to take a quick break right here just to kind of remember, if Shut Up and React TV is in here, any content creators in here, I see Jared Thomas, man, he's in here. And remember, y'all, look, as much as I want to open this panel up and just have it go all out, we just get on this. Y'all, when y'all come in, I just want y'all to be mindful of the fact that, look, I still have to get through the affidavits and the depositions of every person on here. So I may need to cut you guys off to get back on topic if we find ourselves getting off topic and getting off this situation. But I want to make sure I get through all of this because I have to give a full outline of all the information that I have. So again, content creators, make sure you pull up, man. I want your thoughts on this because I feel like this is a very important case to talk about, and it's starting to trend towards Deshaun Watson being not guilty. The Cleveland Browns, the NFL had already did a thorough investigation on this, and we know the NFL, they do investigations probably more detailed than that of the police. And they found no wrongdoing on their end. They say that their investigation is still ongoing. All right. You got the accuser's attorneys sitting here crying and talking about saying, well, the NFL's never reached out to us. Well, why would the NFL reach out to you when all of your accusers sound like they got fabricated and coached stories? Because their depositions sound exactly the same. You're not credible no more. NFL's not speaking to you. But we're going to go ahead and we got Big Chest in here, man. Salute to Big Chest, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Before we get to the third accuser, man, Big Chest, what are your thoughts on this, man?
Honestly, I just think when you read the first two accusers, I think the testimonies are utterly asinine. You know, like you said, I think it's staged, coached up, and borderline. There's no sense of pragmatic fact in it. Like the lady that said, he was aggressively, I forget what you said, aggressively like dictating the massage session.
Yeah.
I'm like, first of all, okay, my thing is, okay, he's not a professional masseuse. How would he know what his body would want and what his body would need and everything? How would he know the proper techniques and stuff? So how would he be able to like dictate what you do and everything? You should be the expert. You should be the one knowing what to do. You should be, asking, you should be, the only thing you should be asking about is if, this place is okay. Should I go here? Should we do this? But you should be the expert and you should be the one dictating the session. Why, it don't make sense to me. Secondly, why does it seem like when they use the emotional aspect of it, why does it seem that people in the media, they just all of a sudden forget that facts and, credible information matter? That just befuddles me and everything.
That's right. And so she says they set the man up because she wasn't even a licensed massage therapist. That's fact. The second accuser that I told you guys about, and I'm gonna mute your mic, Big Chest. Sound like a little background noise there. Second accuser, not even a licensed massage therapist. Not even a licensed massage therapist. Why are you accepting this? And I understand that you might want to try it. Maybe it's something you've dived into, but your credibility is shot right there. Especially for accuser number 2. I want you guys to keep her in mind. Let's wait till we get to the end of this. She gets exposed further. Hold on, but we got Max Power. He just hopped in here. Max Power, what are your thoughts on after hearing the affidavits and some of the deposition from the first 2 accusers? What are your thoughts? Max Power, you with us? I can't hear you there. I don't hear you there. We got Piggy Pig Waters. Hopefully this is not a troll account. But Piggy Pig Waters, man, what you got on this conversation?
Wilt Chamberlain got a big.
Oh my God. We got these troll accounts, man. Come on, man. All right, hold on. Max, I'm gonna keep you. Max, I'm gonna mute you. Take yourself off on mute. Maybe you can hear me. If you're having issues with your StreamYard, I'm gonna keep you on mute. When you fix it, just unmute yourself and let me know. All right, but we're gonna keep it moving. And make sure you look, y'all. I'm dropping. I did a lot of investigation on this. Blizzy Blaze. We talking about Deshaun Watson. I'm doing a chronological breakdown of all of the depositions on everything that the accusers have stated and how the grand jury broke down the information that they received and why they said that they're not going to charge Deshaun Watson criminally for anything that these women are accusing him of. That's what we're breaking down tonight. Again, before we get into that, make sure y'all see it right there, man. A lot of information, a lot of research coming out tonight, man. Make sure y'all hit that cash app. I mean, if you enjoyed the conversation tonight, or if you have a question that you want us to get to, right? If you have a question that you want featured, that you want us just to stop and to address immediately, hit that cash app, support the channel, and let us know what's on your mind. Hold on. Before we go to the next accuser, we got Marquez Hillman right here. Appreciate you pulling up. Before we get on the third accuser's deposition, testimony, and affidavits, what are your thoughts on what you heard about the first two accusers?
I'm gonna let you finish, Lamont, because I got some questions as well, but it sounds sketchy to me. The whole thing sounds sketchy. I think Deshaun was innocent to begin with. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna say this real quick. I find it funny he didn't want to play for the Texans no more. Then bam.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right.
Thanks for pulling me up. Thanks for pulling me up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're gonna read two more. We're gonna go through the next two accusers, and then we're gonna get to the panel. I want to get everybody's thoughts on it. And if you have thoughts in the comment section, make sure you let us know as well. If you got questions that you want the panel to immediately address, hit the cash app, and we'll get to those questions immediately. Third accuser. She says that she first came into contact with Deshaun Watson in May of 2020. She says the allegations actually happened on May 28th of 2020, right? She's a licensed personal trainer and a business owner. Now, she's the only one of all the accusers who's actually married. So according to the lawsuit, she says Watson requested a massage from the married plaintiff in May of 2020. The massage was scheduled to take place at his house, and he told her to come to the session dressed in casual attire. And also, he also said that you do not have to be full professional, according to the lawsuit. During the session, she says that Watson exposed his erect penis and wiped pre-ejaculate onto her hand. As soon as he did this, the plaintiff froze from fear and confusion. Remember these same trigger words. As soon as they say the same thing, the penis comes out, they freeze, they run off crying, scared, in fear and confusion. She began repeating. This is what she said. She says she began repeating, I don't know. All right. Once again, same similarities here in the statement. She says she ended the massage immediately. Remember, they all ended the massage immediately, so they say. She says he got up completely naked, asked to give her a hug. So after all this happened, she says he stood up. She's scared. She don't know what the hell's going on. She says that he asked to give her a hug. She refused and rushed out the house. She says she told a friend and a family member what happened as soon as she got home. Unfortunately, the friend that she told nobody could find, and the family member that she told, what she says those messages that she sent somehow got deleted. So we have two people who say they told a family member, right? Because you want to try to have a track record of the incident actually happening in time. There's no video documentation of this. So she says that she told a friend in the moment, right? She texted a friend, but there's no records of the call or no records of the text message. She says also for her, she was so distraught that these things got deleted, maybe on accident. Right. So according to the lawsuit, she says the woman says she felt violated and disgusted and felt as though she was trapped in some weird nightmare after the incident. The lawsuit goes on to claim Watson texted her the same day and asked if she was okay, and also repeatedly reached out again to book her. So even though this particular appointment went horribly wrong, She says that Watson stood up to offer her a hug, butt naked. She runs out distraught. She leaves. She ends the massage immediately. But Watson was so thrilled with his experience with this lady running off and not finishing the massage. She says that he repeatedly reached out to her again to book her. She says she ignored and rejected further requests from Deshaun Watson. Another example of a story that absolutely makes no sense. Because the thing is, if I have a situation with a massage therapist, let's say you put your Deshaun Watson's shoes, and we're just going to go with this weird logic that he did do these crazy things. Let's go with that weird logic. If we go with that weird oddball logic, why would you reach back out to her and say, let's book again, let's book again, let's book again? When he has a million options on Instagram of women who would love to come do this at no charge at any time and probably won't put up as much of a fuss. All right. That's crazy right there. So we're going to go to the next Jane Doe. After we go through the next Jane Doe, we're going to take a break, and then I'm going to go back to the live panel because we got a few more people in here. And I want to get everybody's thoughts on this. We've now gone through 4 accusers after I do the next one. So we have the next Jane Doe. We got Jane Doe number 4. Jane Doe number 4. And Jane Doe number 4 says she contacted Deshaun Watson June 2020. Allegations, she said, happened on June the 2nd of 2020. She is a licensed massage therapist and a business owner. All right. The plaintiff is a licensed massage therapist with 11 years of experience who regularly works with athletes. She says that she has never had any issues prior to Watson. All right. She said that he told her, I make a lot of massage therapists uncomfortable, and it's really hard for me to find someone who will meet my needs. She says Watson also kept asking her that he wanted to be massaged around his private area and asked if anyone else would be around the location when he arrived. So remember, this is the second victim who was coached. Max Power, if you are talking, we can't hear you. Max Power, we can't hear you if you're talking. All right, so here, I'm going to kick you out. I want you to just come back in, Max Power. Maybe reset your mic connection or something. All right, so she says Watson kept asking her. She says, so it's as soon as the massage started, she said Watson laid face down on the table, completely nude, exposing his buttocks. Remember, stories eerily similar. He just does the same thing, just like clockwork with all of these people. She says she insisted. All right. She says that she insisted he cover up, but he refused. He exposed his penis to her several times. Remember the language again. She says she felt trapped and angry. Remember the accuser previously in her deposition used the same words. She felt trapped and angry. As she prides herself on her reputation, she said that she became terrified as Watson kept twisting his body to touch her with his penis. Afterwards, she says the massage went so great once again that Watson contacted her 7 more times to schedule another appointment. She either declined or ignored all requests and never worked with him again because this massage just went so beautifully well. So these massage therapists, these got to be some of the coldest massage therapists in the game, because for them to be scared, frightened, and wanting to get out the room quick, fast, and a hurry, they giving some of the greatest massages in the world, great enough to where even through all of this emotional distraughtness, they willing to ask this man. This man is willing to call them up multiple times after the fact to book other appointments. I don't get it right there, but this is the information that was given to the grand jury. Let me go to Khalil. He just pulled up. I know he's out in Cleveland. What are your thoughts on hearing the affidavit and some of the deposition from the accusers 3 and 4?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you right there.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you doing your research on this one, my man. I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I wasn't really in the loop on a lot of this stuff because once I started to read from the beginning, I knew it was BS. Mm-hmm. You can clearly tell that it was all coached up, and some of them was even paid pretty good to conjure up these lies. And any good lawyer would be able to pick all this stuff apart. Mm-hmm. Similar to the Bill Cosby situation. I don't really want to go into too far depth into that, but a lot of those women were coached and paid off to try to ruin them. And luckily for Deshaun, you know, he's young. He was able to get a fresh start. I'm happy to have him here in Cleveland, but I'm just happy as a black man that we didn't see another one of us get railroaded in the court system due to some lies being told by a multitude of women who just wanted a payday, or, you know, who was coaching to try to bring him down. I'm just happy that everything is coming full circle. So you can go ahead, bro, and finish up. I want to hear this.
Let me go to Jatoro. Jatoro, what are your thoughts on this, man? As we expose accusers 3 and 4.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, the whole thing seems kind of scripted. It seems like the chicks were paid off for, I guess, some hidden agenda to like railroad Deshaun Watson. The question is, why Deshaun Watson? Why particularly him? What's the purpose of these same reoccurring stories? That's the question. So it's very bizarre.
That's the big question. But you know what? Marquez Hillman actually touched on the why, right? He touched on the why. We're going to get to that after I get through all the information. But that's the biggest question of it all. The why is this happening? We got Octavius. Hopefully, Octavius is there. You can take yourself off mute, Octavius, if you want to jump in and chime in on this real quick. Is Octavius, you with us?
Hey, what's up, man? What time we got a big ass?
God, man. Come on, man. I gotta ban you, man.
Yeah, you
come on, man.
Here, man.
I don't even really want to ban you, man, because sometimes you have some good takes, man. But you just come in here on some weirdo stuff. All right, but you know what? That's cool. We can keep it moving. Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link again in the chat, man. Look, if you want to come up and give your thoughts as we go through all of these accusers, or at least the ones that gave depositions, or in some of the information and statements that was used by the grand jury, we gonna get to really exposing and breaking down the things that they say tonight. All right, link is in the chat as we go on to the next Jane Doe. All right, we got Jane Doe number 5. All right, she says that her first contact with Deshaun Watson was prearranged. She doesn't remember the date. Somehow, mysteriously, the date where they arranged all of this, those messages got deleted. Doesn't surprise me. All right, Jared, we'll get to that question at the end of the stream. She says the first allegations happened in June of 2020, and she's one of the few to have multiple allegations on different dates. She said she has allegations on June of 2020, and she has also more allegations on August 17th of 2020. She's a spa worker. She's not licensed to do anything. She just works in the spa. She says a lawsuit which involves a spa worker in training. So she was a spa worker in training to become a licensed therapist, describes a more graphic interaction. All right. She says in June 2020, the woman asked to meet Watson. All right. He says the woman was asked. I'll correct that. She says the woman was asked to meet Watson at a hotel after he arranged an appointment through her spa manager, according to the lawsuit. That already sounds kind of suspect right there. Let me read that again. She says she was asked to meet Watson at a hotel after he arranged an appointment through her spa manager. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. Like when you tell a woman you want to meet her at a hotel, it ain't for no massage. But I guess she was that naive. I guess she's the only woman in the world that just thinks it's just all innocent when you get there. But we'll digress. We'll continue on here. And hold on, let me mute y'all while I get through this allegation. I'm gonna get to you, Max Power, next as soon as I'm done. This is a lawsuit claims Watson groped the woman before suddenly leaving without paying the full price. So this is one of the odder allegations right here. So this is the allegation. The first allegation, she says Watson groped her before suddenly just leaving without paying full price. The document said the manager told the woman that Watson said he was under she said, and I don't understand this. This is her words, but she said the woman said that Watson said he underpaid her because she had not given him what he wanted. Okay, then so that was the first incident. Try to make sense of it. It doesn't make sense to me. It says a month later, the same woman claims she got a direct message from Watson on IG requesting a massage. Right? At the time, court documents said she was unaware it was the same man from the alleged hotel incident. That's a 100% lie right there. There's like, come on, man. But she says she didn't know it was the same man. So according to court documents, she agreed to meet. Oh, let me do this. All right. I'm going to mute you, Max, right now. Hold on. I'm going to mute y'all so we don't hear no background noise. It says, according to court, he specifically requested to be with this worker when he knew nobody else would be there alone. Very odd. Says she recognized him when he arrived, and the lawsuit states Watson apologized for his previous behavior and said he had never been rejected by a woman before. Oh my God. These stories get more ridiculous. The lawsuit claims that the woman was embarrassed and humiliated as the player allegedly made several inappropriate advances, including demanding sexual acts before leaving the spot. She is currently receiving psychiatric counseling for the trauma she endured during the alleged incident, the lawsuit says. All right, so let me go to Max Power. I mean, I know you were trying to get in. You said you were speaking earlier. I think we could hear sound from you before. So I think your sound should be working now, Max.
Hey, is everybody able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. We hear you now, Max. Now,
right,
this is the fifth accuser. This is the fifth accuser. Y'all have heard what she said. Again, this is one of the just one of the most oddest connected stories that I've heard yet. Kind of out of whack. Doesn't make sense. Sounds like there's a lot of missing parts right here. But she felt comfortable giving this deposition to Deshaun Watson's attorneys, and this was her story. Can y'all make sense of it? Is she believable, or does all of this seem fabricated? Go ahead, Max.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to touch on before I do that, salute to everybody in the chat and the panel, and thanks for having me on.
Yep.
The second Jane Doe, the esthetician, that situation don't even make sense because she gave Deshaun Watson a massage, and she's not a licensed massage therapist. If anything happened to Deshaun during that session, she could have been sued. Because I don't know if people really like realize this, but as a massage therapist, like if you manipulate the muscles in a certain way, you can actually harm the patient that you're seeing. Like they make you sign a waiver for like heart attacks, potential heart attacks that may come from the session and whatnot. So just for the fact that she gave this dude a massage and she's not trained and she's not licensed to do so, that don't even make sense.
So with that being said, that right there alone, what you just said he knew that she wasn't a massage therapist. She knew she wasn't a massage therapist. If she's studying to potentially be a massage therapist or knows anything about the field, she could potentially hurt a pro athlete if she does it wrong. So the only reason for them getting together has to be some type of pre-planned sexual encounter, which in that encounter with the second person, she said that he ejaculated. Job well done. She did her job. That was her job. Her job was to make him ejaculate. He ejaculated, but now she says that she was so surprised when it happened. She was in shock and all ran out crying, just like all of the victims have the same experience. They run out crying. Something don't sound right. It sounds too scripted. Sounds too coached to me. Let me go to Big Chest or Jatoro, man. Y'all been kind of quiet over there. What are y'all thoughts on this, man? We just heard from another two accusers, man. What are your thoughts?
Okay, yeah. So the last two, especially the last two, they didn't make no type of sense. So the one with the woman, meeting him and then not knowing that he DM'd her again, unless he allegedly used a burner account, but like she's saying she didn't know, and somehow these messages got deleted. I'm like, my question is like, how is it somehow, bro? Like, it's either you deleted them or he deleted them, and I know, he said he was willing to, be cooperative, so he must have turned over his phone and all that stuff. My thing is, if you were like, if you were really like, despondent after said event allegedly happened, why would you, go back for more and then, try to recreate the same thing that happened again? That's just, it's stupid, and that might sound mean, but it's stupid.
That's all facts right there, man. Jator, what you got on it?
Like I said before, I feel like Deshaun might have been set up or something. I mean, the stories sound reoccurring, and the fact that any person with a brain would I guess not continue the service was that fearful. So the fact that it continued, or it's a kind of mind-boggling. It just kind of does not make any sense. I'm still scratching my head.
That's what I'm saying. So when I look at this first woman, when I look at her story,
Lamont, let me.
Yeah, go ahead, Marquez. Go ahead, Marquez.
Let me say this. Because the allegations broke out over the summer, correct? Like
2021,
spring, summer last year.
Yeah.
So did you break it over the summer? Like around that time, did you say something about it?
Yeah, I did.
I'm trying to remember my source. Either I saw something you did, or I was just surfing myself on YouTube. But I saw something from a Houston news station, like when the allegations first came out. One of the females was being interviewed on the Houston news station, and the eyebrow raiser was, she said when she first met Deshaun, she didn't know who he was. She told him that she didn't do massages. But then she said she went back on Instagram and looked him up and saw that he had a blue check. So then she DM'd him to book him for a massage. And I was like, but bitch, you just said you didn't do massages. You told the nigga you didn't know who, you ain't do massages.
You see, that's the crazy part right there, bro.
But you went and looked up the nigga and saw that he had a blue check and saw that he was a starting quarterback in the NFL. I said, And like my man that just spoke previously, I said, I agree with him. Only a dumb motherfucker would believe this shit, yo. It's just, and I'm gonna keep saying it. When that boy said he didn't want to play for them no more, this shit popped up, man. I'm sticking to that. You can't not say that's just a coincidence. No, the hell it ain't, man. And I can't find that. I've been searching YouTube long time to find that news station is in Houston. I cannot find that interview anymore. But that bitch was on there, and then she had the fake tears and all that. It was ridiculous, man. I was like, how you gonna say you told him that you didn't do massages? And then you said, but then I went on Instagram and looked up who he was and saw who he was. So then I contacted him, asking him when can I book him for a massage. I was like, that's the eyebrow rate. Like, yo, get that shit out of here, yo.
Yo, can I add something, Lamont?
Hold on. She was one of the few to have 2 interactions with him. Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I froze a little bit.
All right. Hold on. I should be good now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
You good.
All right. Now, the 6 accuser was one of the few to have 2 interactions with Deshaun Watson. And she had one of the weirdest interactions. So she says her manager booked the appointment for them to meet at a hotel. That right there seems suspect right there, because why would any manager for any spa company, especially someone who's in training, because she wasn't even licensed to do anything yet. She was supposedly just in training. Why would they book it and not do it in-house, in the studio where you guys normally do this, but you're going to some random hotel when anything can happen. And then when you get there, you say that he groped you and then just left without paying the full price. So my question when you say that right there is, if he gropes you and leaves without paying the full price, what do you mean he left without paying the full price? Did he grope you and something sexual happened and he left because he didn't like it? Because I don't that right there kind of indicts her for potentially being a prostitute because she said he groped her and didn't pay for it. So you used to dudes groping you and paying for it. It's crazy, man. I don't know what she's getting at. 85 women. Jared Time says 85 women lied on Bill Cosby. Oh no, OKC Casey King said that. Go ahead, Max. What's your question?
Also, Lamont, where are the locations of the where did these where did this take place?
They all were in Texas. I'm assuming. I think they all were in Texas.
Like the structure. Was it a massage parlor? Like, was it a house? Like, where this shit went down?
Some of them. So some of them were in massage parlors. Like as I said right here, this one took place in a hotel. The one before that took place in a massage parlor. Like, so it's very specific where they were when it happened. So again, we can move on to the next Jane Doe. Let's move on to the next Jane Lowe, who doesn't remember the exact date. She only knows that she only told attorneys that this happened in July of 2020. No exact dates, no text messages, anything. We're just going off her words. And she's a business owner. She's not a licensed massage therapist, an esthetician, anything. She's just a business owner. She's just a random, but she does sell cosmetic products. The court document said that the woman normally offers cosmetic services such as teeth whitening and detoxing. And she said that she's in a committed relationship. She made sure to tell them that in her affidavit. In July 2020, the lawsuit alleges that Watson reached out to her on IG asking if she was an esthetician and she said no, but offered to refer him to one. Okay, so she says that he reached out, asked her if she was an esthetician. She said no and offered to refer to one. Then she says he allegedly declined her offer and asked if she would give him a Swedish massage. According to the lawsuit, the woman told Watson messages aren't. She said she told Watson in messages that massages weren't not her expertise, but she could be willing to try. Another person who said they would be willing to try these massages that they know nothing about on a professional athlete and risk their whole careers if they get it wrong. But let's continue on. Court document says she was willing to give the massage a try in hopes that having a celebrity client would further promote her business. All right. They arranged the session at the woman's home over the phone, according to the lawsuit. According to the lawsuit, Watson requested she wear something comfortable. Remember, a couple of the others said that Watson requested that she wear something comfortable that she likes to wear around the house. Right. On the way to the plaintiff's house, Watson texted her asking if anyone else would be at the house. He wanted to know his surroundings. Another woman who says that Watson texts her, is anyone else going to be there? The stories are just sounding too scripted. Plaintiff assured him that it would just be her. Right now, normally, if a guy asks a woman that and it sounds odd and it sounds like you up to something, why would you reassure him that nobody's going to be there? You would either cancel if you don't feel right about it, right, or you would make sure somebody's there with you if you don't feel right about it. All right. This is during the session, according to court documents, Watson asked the woman to massage his groin in private area. It alleges the player touched himself inappropriately and then ejaculated on the woman. So he touched himself and just immediately just ejaculated. I don't know what man in the world can just touch himself just immediately, boom, and without other precursors happening prior to that. She says he touched himself inappropriately, then ejaculated, and then he just left the house after that happened. That's what she says. Immediately afterward, the lawsuit says the woman called a friend. Remember, after these things happen, all of the women call a friend. They always call a friend and told her friend what happened. She didn't text her friend. We're talking about a day and age where everybody texts everything. She didn't text her friend. She called her friend. Remember, the call is documented, but what you say in the call is not. She could have been on the call saying, "Hey, girl, I was just with Deshaun Watson, X, Y, and Z," but she didn't. She said she called her friend and she told her friend that she felt violated, disgusted, and ashamed. So again, another woman who after he ejaculated or after they got through doing what they do, all of these women made sure to call a friend and tell them how bad this experience was with Deshaun Watson. This was another accuser with a similar story, without text messages, without any digital forensics to back up anything that she says. All right, none of the women reported anything to police. None of the women, made talk, got therapists or anything immediately after if they were so distraught, emotionally hurt. None of them got anything. And look at Morales says exactly. Morales, none of them contacted law enforcement, which is the miraculous thing about it. 22 accusations, 22 women who all of them were just scared to contact police. And then you have a few of them that faked like they could have been massage therapists, but weren't. They were just willing to try it on Deshaun Watson because he's a pro football player. Like she said here, it could have potentially blew my business up just to say I have a celebrity client.
That's the chick I was talking about on the news. That who you're talking. That's the chick from the news.
Oh, that is
the Instagram. She looked the nigga up on Instagram. Lamont. That's what I'm. Yo.
No. She's the same woman that said, "Oh, I feared for my life." I feared.
She did the whole fake crying act, on the news. I'm trying, yo.
The waterworks. I was like,
yo.
No.
She looked like
But you see, like, for these women who are not even licensed massage therapists to take on any client at all, they open themselves to so much liability. That's so much risk, especially with a high profile client like Deshaun Watson. Why would you even take that risk? That don't even make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Like, it's just like this. I'll give you an example. If I have an oil change shop, and let's say Marquez pulls up, he needs a whole transmission replacement. I'm not going to tell Marquez, I'll give it a try. I ain't never done it before. I work with cars. I'm gonna give it a try. Like,
look at you like, nigga, you gonna give what
yes.
you mean?
Now, like, let's say an incident happens between me and Marquez where Marquez ends up shooting me, but yet I'm telling the cops. All I did was try to fix his transmission and he shot me, but once the cameras and all the information comes out, it's just a dope deal going bad or something like that. Like, obviously, when you hear stories like this that don't make sense, it's usually something else, some underlying issue that caused it or something that's making me want to jump into this to take advantage of it. But like I said, I'm not as somebody who does oil changes, I'm not going to tell you I'm going to give it a try working on your transmission. And that's what these women are saying here. I don't know nothing about a Swedish massage, but I'll give it a try because you're a football player. What? Like
not only that
don't make no sense.
Not only that, but the lady that was associated with an official massage parlor, but she wasn't fully licensed yet. How come she didn't contact her employer about what went down?
Mm-hmm.
Because she would be associated with that business, right?
Boom.
Hold on. You know what? The woman, if her employer sent her to a hotel and something happened, the employer is liable. She would be then in turn suing the employer.
Exactly.
And the employer would have to go after Deshaun Watson to recoup whatever money they lose to her. So if I work for a company, they send me somewhere, and wherever they sent me, they put me in harm's way and they put me in a situation where I get hurt in any particular way, the company that sent you there is liable. Yet she has no suits against her employer, none of this stuff, but she decided to jump into this lawsuit to attach herself to it. I feel like as an opportunistic move, maybe because she did have some type of thought-like encounter with Deshaun Watson that she
unless her employer makes house calls.
But let's be for real though. If you own a massage parlor, a legitimate massage parlor,
I'm not sending my worker to a hotel.
Exactly, bro. Because most of your workers are probably female. You're gonna send them out to private residences and hotels. That don't sound right.
That's what I just said. Unless they make
that sound like it's exactly what you said. It sound like an escort business. It don't sound like a normal massage place. because again, when you have a professional business, you're not going to put your employees in an unprofessional setting. You're going to keep it all professional, right? You're going to keep it all professional. Look, if you're an athlete, you want a massage, you got to come into the studio. We're not about to send no random woman into a hotel where we can't control the environment. We don't know what's going on, and anything can happen to her. And if it does, we're liable. Yet nothing happened to that company. So yeah, again, I feel like it's another lie being told.
Hey, yo, can I speak on what anti-socialist is saying in this chat right here?
Yeah, go ahead.
My theory is that they already knew that Deshaun Watson liked to get massages and get like little stuff on the side with these women out in the local area. So when he asked for the trade, they're like, all right, don't worry, we got something cooking up for you in the background. And they went and they sought out all these women that they knew that he was messing with on the side, just so that they could mess up his name and lower his trade value.
You know what I believe? That's a solid assessment, though.
This is what I believe. Because Antisocial made a comment. He said, Jared, so it's hard for you to believe that a billionaire couldn't pay 22 women to come out and accuse him of BS because they don't because he didn't want to play for their team. See, I think it's not as complicated as that, because we live in a day and age where people will follow the leader. If let's say the owner just paid one of the women to come out with the accusations, if you put the right attorney behind him, because she got a powerhouse legal team, and they made it very public that this was going to be a class action case, right? So class action means opening the door. If you are anybody else who might have had a similar experience, you guys are all welcome in, because this is an NFL player. Remember, it's civil case. You can get money. And all the women had to do is, especially if they're dealing with tough financial times, is pick up a phone call. Well, I had an experience with them, XYZ, and this attorney's going to simply coach them into what to say, how to say it, how to make it sound like he's guilty, because at the end of the day, it's his goal to simply win the case. That's all it is. But they made it very public from the beginning. This was class action. It didn't just come out and just say one civil case. No, it was always class action, which means it's open. It's an open door for any woman who's had any type of involvement with them to come jumping in. Remember, there was more women in this case. Because there were 18 women that said we've done massages with them, whether it was sexual or not, and we didn't have a bad experience. But there was another sector of women who said, well, this is a potential opportunity for me to jump on the train and maybe cash out on my experience. Because, look, I didn't get to marry him. I didn't have a baby with him, but I can cash out on him this way. And we all know that this is the day and age that we live in where those things happen. So John Wick says 13 money-hungry women filing for civil suit makes sense. It does. And the thing is, John Wick, if they all had to file individually with their own attorneys, they wouldn't do it. A class action case is very little work for them. They just have to add their name to it, give their statements. And generally with civil cases, especially if it gets settled out of court, because I think they believe that this would get settled and they would all just get a check. I don't think nobody believed that Deshaun Watson was going to take it this far, fight it, and then potentially take it to a jury trial in a civil court. I don't think none of them thought that he would have let it get this far. And he's going to take it. He's going to fight it tooth and nail, it seems. And now they're in a battle that I believe that they can't win, because now some of the things that they're saying, like what we're talking about now, is starting to get exposed. And it's just not looking good for them right here. It's not looking good.
Man, gonna get off.
Well,
There's nothing to lose for these women, yo.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how the lawyer they got is like connected to the owner of the Texans, Cal McNair. It's crazy. Like I find that really coincidental. You know how the lawyers connected between the owner, the GM, and and these ladies. And then you get to the point. Where it's like, these still, like, you take all these stories and everything, because I've looked them up. I'm like, bro, you could just overlap them. It's literally the same story,
Oh, let me say something. Hey, Jared. Jared says, I'm just saying it isn't looking good for D. Watt to be innocent. Hold on, Jared. This case already went to a grand jury to decide on criminal charges. The grand jury said it ain't nothing here for us to charge him with criminally. So when your case is taken in front of a grand jury and they say there's no evidence here for criminal charges, that's essentially being innocent. You're making this comment saying it isn't good look to be innocent. When the grand jury says you look innocent, that trumps all the bullshit. That trumps everything that you're trying to make this. Is he going to win the moral? Is he going? As far as what people is he going to win the Bible thumper Christian of the Year award? Probably not. But when you're talking about criminal allegations, he's not guilty. They said it's not even enough to take this into court. So, Jared, I don't know what you're talking about. He's already proven himself to be innocent. The only thing they can get him on now is civil money, and the only way they get money is they just try to slander his name more, or they'll make baseless allegations that don't look good in the media, and he might settle just to get everybody to shut up.
Jared, I'm supposed to be going to sleep, man. This nigga Jared pissed me off, dog. I had to jump on. Dog, Jared, you one of these dudes that actually, dog, you don't know what's going on the internet, and you don't know what's going on with women, dog, and how they promote themselves through the internet. As far as Instagram, dog, these females get flew out to other places just to fuck. You heard me? So like, when a female it's I don't know, Lamont, if you ever heard, it's a popular site that's like Backpage, but they call it list crawler now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
You know what I'm saying? It's an escort site, right? And every female profile, dog, on that website, you know what they all say? Licensed masseuses.
Massages. Yes.
Licensed masseuses, dog, massages available. Jared, you don't know what you're talking about, dog. That man ain't. When I first heard this situation, I'm like, bro, these females are paid the fuck. You heard me? That's the first thing that came to my head. Man, y'all wasn't paid for no massages. Y'all was Instagram hoes. Y'all got paid the fuck. He did what he did. And I guess y'all feel some type of way about it after the fact. Or they reached out to y'all knowing that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, bro, if you a high-profile player in the NFL, dog, the NFL do not take their eyes off you. They know what you doing, who you doing, everything that you doing at all times, bro. So I guarantee you they knew exactly what Deshaun Watson was doing, bro. And when that billionaire, that's the same billionaire that said, "Oh, we can't let the inmates run the asylum."
Yes.
Yeah, that's the nigga that said that same bullshit, right?
Yeah, Cal McNair. Yeah, that racist.
Yeah,
same thing.
Yeah, that's the same nigga that said that bullshit, bro. When they came out, you want to trade from us? Oh, I got something for your ass, boy. We finna go up there. Every female that you fuck with, we finna make sure that they come out and put a story behind your ass, so your trade value could be down, nigga. That man just missed a whole season behind this bullshit.
It's scorched earth tactics.
Now here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing, Jared. Yeah, Jared, you can hit the link as well. Let me drop it.
Hit the link, nigga.
Because we got another. Look, remember, I broke this down. I broke down the affidavits and depositions for all of the accusers that actually had the balls to speak up. All right, we're gonna go to the next one. We're gonna hear what she has to say, because she also has another wildly concocted sounding story that these stories just get crazier and crazier, and then they all resemble each other in a certain way. Let's go ahead and get to the next accuser. Remember, we calling them Jane Doe because we don't want them coming back to FYF Sports saying that we lied over nothing. So we just calling them Jane Does right now. But again, if you do your research, you can find out who they are, because the judge said for you to be a part of this case, you got to make your information public. You got Deshaun Watson name out there. We're going to put your name out there. If you feel like you're telling the truth, then let everybody know who you are. That's what I appreciate about this judge in this case. Let me get to the next accuser, though. She says her first contact was with Deshaun Watson on July 2020. The incident happened on July 15th, 2020. She is a licensed massage therapist and a business owner. All right. And so she's a massage therapist out of Los Angeles. She says she has several years of experience working with professional athletes and high-profile football players, and is also accusing Watson of sexual misconduct. Let me make sure I have the right one. Okay. It says, according to the lawsuit, Watson sent the woman a direct message on IG inquiring about her services in July 2020. It says the NFL star reached out complaining of back pain and that they arranged to meet at a house in Beverly Hills, the lawsuit says. During the session, the lawsuit alleges Watson brought the therapist to a room and locked the door behind them, prompting her to prompting her to grab her mace. What? So she said when he locked the door behind her, she got scared and grabbed her can of mace. She claims Watson chuckled and the session proceeded seemingly as normal until she returned from the bathroom. Now, Anti might be able to tell me this right here because there's more to this. I've never had a massage where the lady walks out talking about, I got to go to the goddamn bathroom. What kind of unprofessional bullshit is that? How is you a licensed therapist and you can't hold your piss? If you really there for a massage, massages is usually 30 minutes to an hour. First of all, she says she went to the goddamn bathroom and returned. You don't need to be a massage therapist if you can't hold your piss for an hour.
Nah, Lamont, what got me, she said that Deshaun Watson locked the door behind him and she was about to grab Mace.
Yeah, but she said she was that scared, but she said, okay.
You know what I'm saying? If you was that scared because of that, dog, you wouldn't even ask for you wouldn't even did the massage. You would have left.
Now, hold on. Here, remember, the story gets crazier. In the deposition, she uses the same sentence that all of the other women uses. This is what she said. And this is what the grand jury members were pointing out. This is their words verbatim. She said, Watson aggressively dictated the massage. This is her exact words. She's like the fourth woman to say that exact phrase. She says he asked her to massage his glutes, to which she firmly said no. He then flipped over and removed his towel, revealing his erection. At some point, Watson grabbed her hand, placed it on his erect penis. He also kept trying to direct her hand to his butthole. The lawsuit claims Watson told the woman not to talk about the appointment, which she considered a threat. Watson is accused of reaching out to the same woman again in December 2020 about scheduling an appointment in Chicago, but she didn't respond. So again, you have another woman who during the massage felt weirded out, was scared, was odded out about all of these things. But the appointment went so well, he wanted to reschedule. And the funny thing about this case is she says that he reached out to her about rescheduling. But according to text messages that Deshaun Watson has on this particular accuser, they actually did reschedule and they met up again after this in San Antonio. It was the one in Chicago where Deshaun Watson had text messages where she responded back to him saying, I can't meet you in Chicago because of, I think it was like her sister's wedding, and she had a wedding she had to attend. But all of those other text messages about San Antonio and Chicago somehow mysteriously were deleted on her end, but Deshaun had them all in his phone. So when he presented that information to go with her story, when she said that this part at the end where he reached out again and she had no contact, it didn't correspond to her deposition where she clearly stated they had no further contact after this, but Deshaun Watson's messages state that they had another interaction in San Antonio, and the only reason she didn't go to Chicago was because of a wedding.
I blame Deshaun Watson for one thing, Lamont. The only thing I blame him for is not having these females on the NDAs, bro. When you gonna do some shit like that, you gonna fuck around with females like that, dog. You need to have these hoes signing NDAs, bro. That's fact. That's the only thing I blame him for. Get your business right, dog. When you moving like that, when you a celebrity, bro. Make these females sign NDAs so that shit won't come back to bite you in your ass.
Yes.
But are those NDAs concrete though? Because
yes. If you go like celebrities, like what's his name? What's the nigga name? The one that's married to Jennifer Lopez, the baseball player.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Yeah, they said he used to be a playboy back in the day, and before you step foot in his house, you had to sign NDAs, and that shit is concrete. If you sign that shit, you can't say nothing.
The reason why I'm asking because the reason why I'm asking because didn't that woman that was messing with Trump, didn't she violate the NDA?
Yup. But that's a whole nother
story. Probably didn't have nothing to lose.
She really didn't have nothing to lose.
And that's the thing. Even if that, and that's the thing, is if these women don't have nothing to lose, remember, violating an NDA in most cases is civil. If they don't have nothing he could sue for, because it's going to cost him more money just to sue him. Well, they have not. Even if there's something was signed, they don't have nothing to lose. If he's
fuck it, I'm coming for your dog. I'm coming for your house. I'm coming for your little Honda Accord that you drive. Bitch, I want all that. I told you to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hold on,
Whatever you got, I'm coming for you. Heard me?
J-Mar got a good question. J-Mar says, let's say 21 are lying and one is actually telling the truth. What should be our stance? Well, the problem is, in a case like this, if you attach yourself to this civil suit, the problem is if 21 find themselves to be lying in a class action suit, that means all y'all is lying. Yep, because you group yourself into this bundle. So if you want to be separate, you need to get your own representation, create your own civil case, and be separate from this group. Otherwise, everything that happens in this case, 1, 2, 3 women who lie can spoil the whole batch.
And all of the females, you could tell it. They post all of them giving the same verbiage, dog.
And
that's
Lamont,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't think they know.
I remember like 11 months ago, one of his accusers came out to the public. They openly said that they asked him for hush money. Now, if you thought you was wrong, why would you openly ask him for hush money versus going to the police?
That's what I never understood about these cases, man.
Dumb shit.
Hey, Jared, hold up, Jared. That's how I know you, Jared. If the NFL was going to ban Deshaun Watson, they would have done it already, dog.
They would have been.
Hold on.
You really think the Cleveland Browns would have gave this man $234 million fully guaranteed if he about to get banned from the league?
Hold on. J-Mar says, is it possible? Because I already got information on the NFL's investigation. So he says, is it possible that NFL could be so disgusted? No.
Fuck no. He's not even getting suspended.
Bro, listen.
It's going to be tough to suspend them, and if they do suspend them, the most they can give them is 6 games.
Lamont, if the NFL was going to do anything, bro, they would have done it last summer, dog. He could have served the suspension while he was out. He could have played last season.
Yeah,
he wasn't suspended or nothing. He was eligible to play. Yeah. They just wasn't playing him.
Yeah, they was paying him to sit. They was paying him to sit down, but
exactly. So if they was going to suspend it, they would have suspended him last season.
Yeah, and the thing is, if they was really concerned about this shit and discussed it with Deshaun Watson, he would have been put on the commissioner's exempt list.
Exactly.
He would have been that would have been happening literally last year, right before preseason started. So
exactly, they would have put him on the commissioner exempt list.
So not only that, but the NFL does better investigations than local law enforcement, man.
Man, them people got the CIA in their pockets, bro.
Facts.
Point blank period. Ain't no criminal charges.
They invest in hundreds of millions of dollars in these dudes. Of course, they got the best guys.
Hey, Lamont, you remember when I told one cool PD talking about the Congress talking about they want them emails? What I tell you, dog? They weren't gonna see shit. Them emails gone, bro. You ain't seeing shit.
Yeah, Bang is right. Bang, he got to move smarter. When you get to that certain type of status, you got to understand you're dealing with a lot of opportunistic people.
NDAs.
And again, I don't know if the NDAs would have helped him in this case, but it would have been a good start. But you know what? NDAs could have also hurt him too, because sometimes in this instance they could have used the NDAs like he's trying to hide something.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta hide, and I'm just protecting myself. That's all it is.
It's just a perception that the attorneys could have twisted in. Yeah.
They're just trying to push a narrative and trying to get people to think a certain way so they can get what they want. In a certain extent, if Deshaun Watson gets suspended, it's not going to be because they're not going to label it as this. They're going to label it as violating the personal code of conduct policy, which is minimum 2 games, maximum 6 games. There's
no way they suspend that man at all, bro. That man should be eligible to play the first season of the game, bro.
Yeah,
he should be eligible to play every game of the season, bro. You
know what I think? I think if they do impose a suspension, they should make it retroactive because he willingly set out. You
could have suspended him then.
Yeah, so he's done his time out. So I'd be like,
exactly.
Just say it's a retroactive suspension, and he's already set out and did his time. He's eligible to play right now. You got to do that. You got to do that. Oh, hold on. We got more. Hold on, y'all. We got more, y'all. We got another Jane Doe. With more missing credentials and documentation. And we're going to just say it Jane Doe. I got the name, but we can't put no names out here because these women is crazy. And I can't have them telling you.
I wish that was my YouTube channel. I'd be saying all them hoes names.
So you know what's so funny though?
Hold on 1 second, X-Man. I'm gonna let you go right after I get this one out. X-Man, hold on. First contact was in July of 2020. She said the incident happened on August 2nd of 2020. She has no credentials. She's not a professional at nothing. She's just just facts. She has an IG page where she sells pictures, and that's all she does. So her credentials are literally just nothing.
She got a big booty.
Yeah, the IG page is nice.
She got an Instagram side.
The IG page is nice. Oh, hold on. It says the woman, she offers. This is crazy on her IG page because remember the only credentials that they could go off of was what's on her IG page because she has no other real documented credentials. It says her credentials from her IG page is that she offers mobile services. What the hell is that? Okay. I'm not joking. Hold on. Look, I'm not joking.
Hey, but now that's escort talk, Lamont.
I know, but let me get to it. It says she got a direct message from Watson on IG, because that's where she works, on July 2020, according to court documents. The lawsuit alleges that they eventually agreed to meet at a Houston hotel. Probably this is where you meet escorts on the afternoon of August 2nd, 2020. Court documents said that Watson kept asking if he could remove his towel, but the woman told him no. So she says, according to the lawsuit, Watson began demonstrating aggressive behavior. Another person who's saying he's being aggressive after pressuring her to massage his buttocks. Watson told her to get in there, and he demanded the woman. Hold on. Let me finish this. Hold on. It says after pressuring her to massage his buttock, Watson told her to get in there, and he demanded the woman put her fingers in his anus.
Oh no, we're not going there, Lamont.
Hold on. No, let me finish. It says at one point the lawsuit alleges the woman went to the bathroom, and Watson, remember, another woman who goes to the. You're supposed to be a massage therapist. Y'all find yourselves having to piss a lot during these massages. But she goes to the bathroom, and when she comes back, she says Watson was completely naked when she returned. So he wasn't already naked when he asked for her to.
How would you able to play with his ass then if he wasn't fully naked?
Hold on. It says he allegedly asked if she was willing to do more for extra money. According to the lawsuit, when the woman declined, Watson was angered and then told her to leave. This is the Jane Doe. This is one. Now she was actually this woman right here. She was actually the second Jane Doe, but her story was so uncredible that the attorneys for this case didn't publish her accusations until later down the line. But she was actually the second woman to reach out to the law firm saying she wanted to jump onto this case. But her story was just so mixed up. They had to do some finessing to make it sound better for the deposition and the affidavit. What do y'all think about this particular Jane Doe right here, man?
They just had to throw an accusation to make them question that manhood, a black manhood, bro. They had to throw an accusation there like that. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, she this is
Man,
so out
he
there.
asked
This is
her
so
to
out
get
there.
in there.
It's
Hell no.
cartoonish. The shit they saying right there in that message is fucking cartoonish. That shit don't even sound.
He said get in. That nigga said get in there. Nigga, what? Yo, dog, come on,
Watson
bro.
told her to get in there and demanded the woman put her fingers in his anus.
Come on, man.
You could have just been like, "Bitch, suck me off" or something like that. You
Come
know
on,
what I mean?
dog. At some point, hey, Jay, what you think about that one, bro? Like at some point, dog, you gotta call bullshit, bro.
Mind you, that this is a woman who is a professional of nothing, and all she does is offer mobile services.
All she do is get flued out. Yes.
That's not
Yes.
true. That's not
Hey,
true.
Lamont.
Professional liar.
Yeah.
Lamont, is the majority of women that's involved with this case, how many of them are actual masseuses?
So far, I think we heard so far out of all the people that we've done, 1,
think I only heard two. They said it was licensed.
2, 3, 4, 5 of them have been licensed. 5 of them have been licensed out of all the people that we talked about. But all of them have, and now, again, and this is something we're going to cover at the end of all of this, but all of them have IG pages that are very kind of racy, if you want to say that, with like close to nude photos advertising their services.
Yeah,
including the lady who said she was married.
Lamar, these the type of hold up, y'all. These the type of female that get fluid out to Dubai and become personal porta potties, dog.
Damn.
You heard me? Nah, for real. You ain't heard about the story what these dudes doing Dubai to these females all off Instagram?
Yes, I've heard.
Yeah, they flying over there, be pissing and shitting all over. $50,000, $10,000.
You know what's so
You need to find something to do in Dubai. They don't.
Hold on, let me let X-Man get his take. Go ahead.
They call them personal porta potties, nigga.
You know what's so interesting about these women when they be saying like they was afraid to come out because they didn't think they'd be believed. How if you don't think you're gonna be believed when the shit happened, how you think you more credible years later after the fact?
Come on, bro.
That's the dumbest logic they be using. I didn't think I'd be believed, so I waited years later when I didn't have any physical evidence to make myself more credible.
It's all scripted.
No. You know the crazy thing is when you said she left to go to the bathroom. I'm like, if you was that uncomfortable and that disgusted, and that just
why not leave?
Why not leave? No, and the crazy.
I mean, and the funny thing is, most of them left the room to go to the goddamn bathroom.
Nah, bitch, put your clothes down, nigga. Bitch, leave.
Right, he wouldn't let you leave.
So
But go to the bathroom.
Lamont, hold on, Lamont. So you mean to tell me you felt so comfortable go in the bathroom and get yourself together and come back and finish the massage, but you were so terrified? Get the fuck out of here, dog.
No. So no, Lamont, you right. So I did my research on this Jane Doe, and she on them sites, bro. She's on them sites.
She an escort.
Oh no, yeah, she a cam girl, bro.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, man. She on OnlyFans. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
She on OnlyFans. She on Linktree. This is Jane Doe, I guess number 8 or number 9. I forgot.
Come on, bro.
Yo, Lamar.
And it's always them same motherfucking women who be doing it shit to these men too. Always the same motherfuckers. The cam girls.
Hey, yo, what's up? Who got a question?
When she says mobile services, it's like a cell phone provider?
No, that means she getting flued out, bro. That means she getting flued out, bro.
It means she mobile.
I'm joking.
It means she goddamn mobile.
Yeah, that means she eligible to get flued out, dog. That's all that means.
Nah, I know what it means. I'm just fucking.
All right, so we got another Jane Doe. Remember, we breaking down. This is not what I say. We breaking down what these idiots is saying, and we just breaking down their words. This is the exact thing. This is some of the exact testimony that the grand jury had to look at. This is one of the reasons why they came back and said, there ain't no way we can put no charges up against this man. It says her first contact was on August 14, 2020. She said this happened on August 28, 2020. She's an unlicensed masseuse who markets her services on none other than OnlyFans and Instagram. This is the woman is an unlicensed masseuse in Atlanta who says she plans on taking classes to get her massage therapy license. Watson contacted her on IG in August of 2020 and agreed to pay for her, like what Anti says, to fly out to Houston. He flew her out. They met at the Houstonian hotel where he had a suite. So again, he meets another one of them in a hotel. The lawsuit alleges Watson refused. She says Watson refused to cover his penis with a towel and repeatedly encouraged her to massage there and kept aggressively, the word aggressively again is being used, redirecting her hands towards his anus. Watson eventually...
Lamont. How many?
Hold on, let me finish.
Athletes fly females out just to get massage. Man, you get you don't flew out for massages, love.
That's crazy. Hold on. It says Watson eventually got specific and said he wanted her to work on his inner anus.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. Hold on. Yo!
I'm just reading the affidavit, y'all. Hold on. It says she ignored that request because it was odd. After again refusing to cover himself, she ended the massage and said she needed to leave. She said Watson grabbed her arm and said, "Is it okay? It is okay." She said she needed to catch her plane and left. So hold on. So he flew her out the same within. So her flight was booked to leave just that fast. But she said Watson only paid half of what she was owed, and later contacted her about getting a massage in Atlanta. But she also didn't respond. And also for her again, just to mind you, the messages on her IG page could not be retrieved because she said Instagram shut down her page and deleted her account. She had to start a new one.
Wait a minute.
Man, come on, dog.
That sounds awfully convenient,
Bro, this
man.
shit, man, yeah, dog.
Why,
Come on, dog.
why was she allowed to get paid half of she owe unless she's getting paid for like another party, right? Like
now, this case is the only accusation that has video evidence because the video evidence shows her walking out of the hotel with Deshaun Watson. And before she got in her Uber, she turned around and gave him a quick kiss on the lips and then got in the car and left.
Get the fuck out! So hold up, you were so disgusted with the massage, but both of y'all walked out of the hotel together. And not only that, but you kissed the man before. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
She went to him to get the kiss. He actually has started to walk away. According to the description of the video, she went and kind of grabbed his arm and turned him and then kissed him and went back and got into the Uber.
Get the fuck. Hey, Jerry, you still believe that bullshit, dog? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Jared, hit the link. Explain yourself.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Explain yourself, sir. No.
She got flew out and she met him in the hotel.
The saddest part, the saddest part about this is that not enough women speaking up about this garbage.
Hey, they never will. Just like the Megan Thee Stallion situation, shit starting to come out about that now. You won't see females up there. Oh no, you see how they were trying to kill Tori when it first happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now they silent in a bitch now.
No, it's crazy because like first of all,
but I was one of the main ones that told y'all that shit before it all came out. He didn't do that shit, bro.
Right? No,
I was one of the main ones. All that shit was an album. That bitch didn't get shot.
I know that. First of all, she got flown in, right?
Yeah.
Like massages last like between 45 minutes and an hour, right? And then like how like it don't that like either you like so you just automatically had a plan. You already had a flight planned to go back to your home like 2 hours after you get to your said destination. It was just already there, already predestined, predetermined that
Nah, Deshaun determined the nigga. He the one that flew out.
No. I'm talking about the flight back. She's like, how
he paid for all that.
No. She said she had to get back. I'm not thinking like that. That don't make no sense.
Deshaun flew out and he flew back.
Yeah,
but the thing is like as soon as she's according to her testimony, she's saying while she was in the middle of massage, she had to stop because
to catch her flight.
She had to catch her flight. So
fuck out of here.
You start massage. Hold on, Deshaun Watson is innocent.
That don't make sense because after the fact that she was finished, they walked out of the hotel room together, right? Didn't you just say that?
Yeah.
Yes, the video from the Houstonian hotel. They have the video. Bro. They walked out of the hotel. As she was getting in her Uber, Deshaun Watson started to walk away. She ran up to him, grabbed his arm. He turned around. She kissed him on the lips, and she got back into the Uber and left.
First of all, you don't even know me like that to be kissing me on my lip, bitch. What the fuck wrong with you? I would have dodged the shit out. I'm like, girl, what you doing? You know what you just did with your lips in that room?
No, her credentials, you guys. Massage, yo. She's an unlicensed masseuse out of Atlanta who says she plans on taking classes to get her massage therapy license. She markets her services on OnlyFans and Instagram.
Sound like an escort to me.
Yeah, escort.
All right, so we got it. Let's go to the next one, y'all. Let's look. I told you I broke them all down. We got another Jane Doe.
I swear to God, one of these females say something gay about that man, dog. I'm done, bro.
Hold on. The last one did. She said he kept aggressively redirecting her hands towards his anus. Let's see if this next one does.
God,
the next one, we got Jane Doe. She doesn't remember the first contact, but she says the allegations happened. She's actually one of the few that has two separate incidents. September 9th, 2020 and October in 2020. Now, she is a licensed esthetician and a spa worker. She's not a licensed massage therapist. The lawsuit says Watson initially contacted the licensed esthetician asking for a photograph of her. So this is very weird because she said Watson contacted her asking for a photograph of her and asked if she could give him a massage. And she said she politely declined because she wasn't a massage therapist. All right. It says she ultimately relented and agreed to do the massage. It says before the appointment, Watson kept texting to the plaintiff asking if anyone was going to be at the spot. He requested to use the back door. That's what she said Watson said. Remember, these are messages that could not be recovered. Somehow they were deleted, but we got to go off her word. During this first appointment in September, the woman said Watson became aroused and asked her what she was going to do about it. She told Watson that his behavior was inappropriate, like a little kid. That's inappropriate. She said she was afraid and wanted to end the session, but she's a single mother and the spa job was her only source of income. The session ended without further incident. So I don't know how it would have ended other than with a happy ending, but I guess it ended. During the next appointment, because remember, that first appointment went so bad. She told him his behavior was inappropriate, all this stuff. They book another appointment with her in October. And the woman said Watson escalated his behavior and told her she was wearing too many clothes. She said that he tried to kiss her and tried to put his penis in her hand. She says this time she cut the session short and Watson left immediately. What do y'all think about this Jane Doe right here? She's a licensed esthetician and a spa worker who also says that Watson called and said, make sure nobody's there and let me in through the back door. Does this Jane Doe sound credible? Go ahead, X.
Hey, tell this nigga J Moore to hop on, dog. Like, I don't understand.
So let me get this straight. So first of all, so she didn't think anything was suspicious of him asking her to come alone, and she ain't got no common sense. Somebody asked you to come alone to a specific location, somebody you don't know personally. You think, oh, that sounds safe. That sounds natural. Like,
unless you knew prior.
She said Watson kept texting her to ask if anyone was going to be at the spot, and he requested to use the back door to get in.
Was she self-employed?
And on top of that,
she work for a company?
She works for the spot.
She was so traumatized, but she had to keep going because she's a single mother. Like, because she can't get another job. There's no other jobs out there for the. She got to specifically continue to get supposedly harassed because she's a single mother. That's a logical. That's a logical.
She said he aggressively put his meat in my hand.
And that's my favorite one. She's a teacher. She's
like,
what? Like that behavior is wrong. That's inappropriate. Deshaun.
He aggressively put his penis in my hand.
So
yo, Doc came with this shit, bro.
Again, that situation make no sense.
I'm just reading what they said. They had the nerve to say this stuff.
So she could. So if she's a licensed esthetician, there's no other client that she could go to. She just had to do this. There's no other.
Exactly.
She has no other clientele, and then you book a second appointment with this motherfucker.
You know what the crazy thing is? She said this one ended, and then she said she books a second appointment with him. She said Watson escalated the behavior, told her she was wearing too many clothes, tried to kiss her, and then put his penis in her hand. That's how it went.
What the fuck?
I find it hard to believe that she works for a company and she gave this dude a massage representing the company, because at this point the company is liable because she's not a licensed masseuse.
Hey, let me get real with J-Mar right quick, fam. Hey, fam, the fact that this is a black man and these accusations is coming out about him, no matter whether that he's found innocent or guilty, dog, he gonna be guilty for this shit for the rest of his life, dog. Even if he found innocent, bro, he still gonna have to deal with this shit, dog. So it don't even matter talking about because he a black man, bro. It works worse because he is a black man. This nigga can be found fully innocent about this shit, and they still gonna look at him like he did this shit, bro. So I don't understand what you feel like talking about black people doing this and black people doing that, dog. The fact that this man is black and he's dealing with this shit, and the fact that the jury just went to it, and they said basically ain't enough evidence to convict this man or nothing. We ain't find shit, but yet you still in the chat talking about black people this and black people that. That was wrong with black people now, dog. We don't come to bat for our own black people. When Ben Roethlisberger did this shit, though, dog, everybody, what you ain't hear shit else about Big Ben.
Exactly. Remember, black people ain't.
But I guarantee you, every time if Deshaun Watson get into some more trouble, it's gonna be the main shit they going back on. Oh, we see, this who did it. The fact that he did all this show you right here. This right here show you right, man. Get the fuck out of here with that black shit, bro.
You can see.
You need to be defending this man as much as you can, dog.
One way or the other.
Once they was able to get Cosby, they knew they can get any fucking black man.
And but even though they knew Cosby was lying, they was lying about Cosby.
Exactly. They said once they got Cosby, they said they can get any black man because a man of that steam can get taken down. They can get any black man they want.
Because now you're
Eddie Griffin broke that shit down so nice with Glad TV, bro.
And J. Mark, let me say one thing to what Anti said. The reason why you have to get behind him, whether you agree or not, because these crimes, these are actual crimes that carry a heavy penalty. If that case were to went to trial, he would have been found guilty. He would have been looking at maybe the rest of his life in prison. So you can't take it lightly when people come out with accusations that lack detail, that lack real evidence, were just hard to prove. Yet you can still get this man convicted with little to no evidence. We have to scrutinize this evidence. We have to break it down to a T and call it out when it sounds like BS, whether it's immoral or not, because this Kevy's a heavy price.
This nigga J-Mar just called us broke, but this nigga, you got a bum ass fitted head on, nigga, that don't fit your big ass head. But you calling us broke. Boy, I'm on your bumper, nigga. You don't want it with me, dog. Fuck you calling broke, nigga.
About this, bro?
Yo, pull up.
Kraft got accused. No, Kraft got caught in a
Kraft got caught, and that they swept that shit under the rug.
He got caught in a prostitution sting operation.
Exactly, and they swept that shit right under the rug. Ain't nobody say nothing.
You know what? Even if they swept it under the rug, you got to think all them other guys that got caught in that sting operation. It was really a misdemeanor charge. For all the people involved, they probably all paid a fine and it went away because they was probably all non-offenders with nothing on their criminal history. They probably all got some type of offer that wipes it off their history and they pay a fine. So just because you can't use him as a case and say, oh, he got off, and I guarantee you all the people involved, all their cases got swept under the rug. He was just the most high profile person that we know of that got caught up in it. And so he got put on the news. That's like getting a traffic ticket. Like if you get a traffic ticket, nobody care what happens to the result. You got a traffic ticket, it gets swept under the rug.
It's a misdemeanor, bro. But the fact that this man, basically his name gonna be tarnished for the rest of his life behind this bullshit, dog. So you don't even care if he innocent or not. I mean, you just go straight to what if he did do it? But what if he didn't and he getting lied on? Like I can see if you mean to tell me this man was in college. I'm pretty sure he was getting trim in college too, dog. He always been a number one quarterback where he was at, dog. The dude, did he win a Heisman in college?
No, but he did win the national championship.
Did he beat Alabama for a national championship, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
So you mean to tell me this man probably was getting trim in college? So you mean to tell me it's no escapades or nothing that this man doing this shit in college or nothing? But all of a sudden he get to the NFL, not all of a sudden. This nigga just out here just fucking and basically just showing his penis and doing this to all these. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
He was fucking with IG models in college, bro. Like he was.
I'm saying, like, come on, man.
He was with the throat goat when like his last year at Clemson, bro. Like,
I mean,
how the fuck you know that, dog?
Hold on, let me
research.
He was with a throat
goat. Hold on, let me tell J-Mar this. J-Mar says, Or Legault James says, y'all mentioned J Mar's point. He's not saying Watson is guilty. He's just saying we don't know. Yeah, but the closest thing we have to it is what the grand jury says. And the grand jury said this shit ain't credible. He's innocent. So it's not about, you see, in the system we live in, it's not about innocence or guilt. It's innocent until proven guilty. And in this case, it's not even going to see the criminal dockets because it wasn't even worthy of going to court. They threw it out before it even got there. So according to the legal system, he's 100% innocent. And they're going to try to win this in a civil case. They're probably going to try to make it messier. And they're going to try to win it publicly to make them settle. That's the only way they can win.
I
don't need to do shit. I'm saying I don't know.
You sound sensitive as fuck, dog.
Also, you willing to bet your life?
But I'm speaking facts to your poor sad.
Also, whether or not we know they're innocent or guilty isn't a point because the evidence they provided so far is so fucking weak. We have enough to make a conclusion.
Yes. If you just listen to the accusation that they putting forth, dog, like all of them are saying aggressiveness toward, like, bro, the shit. Come on, man, these females are coached,
and none of them filed a police report the same day it happened. Not one.
You were so distraught, but you go in the bathroom and call your best friend and tell her, why not call the police then?
22 women.
Man, get the fuck out of here, dog.
Hold on, let's do this so we don't miss it. We got to go on to the next allegation. Let's hear it. So the next allegation right here. Next allegation is a Jane Doe. She's just a business owner. She's a fitness model on IG.
Another one.
She's September 20th. She says her first contact with him was in September 2020. And she said the incident happened on September 24th, 2020. Okay, she says she has a fitness company, right? But when the attorneys asked for her to show proof of her company, she then recanted the fitness company and said she's just a fitness model on IG. And that's her business. So they kind of caught her in a lie right out the gate. So you have to look into her credibility right there. It says that she says the massage took place September 2020 at a Houston salon where the woman rents a room, according to the civil assault lawsuit. The woman alleges Watson asked if he could be naked and if it was okay if he became aroused. So he asked permission to become aroused, but she told him to cover himself. Regardless, she says during the massage, she said Watson soon became fully erect. She said he continued to move his body in a way that would cause his penis to repeatedly touch her hand. Again, they all say somehow his penis touched her hand.
Wait. Why is it like also descriptive? Like,
I don't. Do y'all notice that somehow he caused his penis to touch all their hands somehow?
Get the fuck out of here.
It says the plaintiff was shocked and started avoiding his groin. Lying on his back, she says, just magically, she says, lying on his back while she was massaging him, he just ejaculated. She said the plaintiff. She said, no, hold on.
J-Mar, do y'all hear this shit, bro?
She says,
that's a hell of a massage.
She says she felt disgusted and immediately left when this happened. Watson dressed himself and left. That's how it ended.
Out of here, dog.
She said, you remember, and she made sure to tell them because she's one of the few she's engaged to another dude. So she says she moved her hands away from his groin. At the time when she ejaculated, she said she was massaging his calves. She said he ejaculated on her. And
so hold up, was he beating off?
No, she just said she touched him.
Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Yo,
man, come on, bro.
She said that she was massaging his calves.
Well, she said,
"Hey, I need that bitch in my life right now." You heard me?
This is what she said. She said he moved his body in a way that will cause his penis to repeatedly touch her hand. And the plaintiff, she said she was shocked and started avoiding his groin region, moving down to his calf, lying on his back. Watson eventually just ejaculated.
That makes what?
Go to sleep. Outrageous, man.
What the?
This shit crazy, dog. She playing with the nigga calf, and all of a sudden, hey, I need that massage. You heard me? Come massage me, bitch. making niggas nut without even touching they. They come massage my calves. You heard me?
Yeah. I want to know how many of these married women or engaged women went home and told their man what happened.
Yeah, I'm like.
That's a good point. How come they didn't tell their husbands?
Hey, what's her Instagram, Lamar? You need to text me her Instagram, dog, so I can text her, dog. I need one of them massages, bro.
Yeah, but she's a fitness. She's an IG fitness.
Yeah. She need to come massage me.
So
come massage my calves.
Number 4 said this is too good. Hey, I'm just reading you out. They had the nerve to tell this story to the grand jury in depositions and affidavits, and they thought that real live people were supposed to believe this. That's what but we just going with it.
So Jared, tell me. So you believe that this man had his calves massaged, and then his calves were somehow connected to his diphthong extremities? And
Jared ain't never had no trim. Jared, that man a virgin, dog. He ain't never had no pussy, dog.
Hold on. Jared says some hyper aggressive athletes will demand a fuck.
What?
Bro, it ain't demanding it. Hold up. First of all, dog, it ain't about demanding. If I'm flying you out, or if I'm a high class athlete, dog, 9 times out of 10, you already know what it is. So when you come in the door, you might well come to the crib with no drawers on, straight up. You heard me? With nothing on. You already know what's popping. Whether you gonna give me a massage or not, you getting fucked.
Hold on.
You heard me?
J. Mark says, I said a lot of these chicks aren't lying. In fact, I would bet they are. Blind support is very dangerous both ways. This ain't hard. Hold on. How is this blind support? Were we really reading what they saying? We taking the link, bro. Remember that we're taking the only evidence that they can provide. Remember, none of them filed police reports, so there's no evidence there. Most of them deleted their IGs or deleted IG messages, so we don't have that evidence. We can only go off what they say. So we're not just
we a fat nigga, dog. So you look at man, that nigga don't get no pussy neither, dog. Look how you look in his profile picture. He don't get no coochie neither, dog. That nigga gullible. No, he gullible as shit, dog.
We don't do that. No. See, the thing is, they trying to make it
real sore. Yeah, something.
They trying to make Deshaun have his American Pie moment, bro. That's just sad, bro.
Like, for it, dog. Like, man, if you listen to this shit, dog, and you just understand the plight. If you ever fuck with females before, dog, you know what's popping off here. Let me have money like that nigga. The only thing Lamont that he's guilty of being a horny little motherfucker, dog.
Yeah.
That's all he guilty of. Other than that, man, come on, dog. This female was down the fuck from jump, dog.
Yeah,
one female said, I didn't even know who he was. Bitch, you don't know who Deshaun Watson is? Get the fuck out of here.
Let Kyrie X says you fat too.
Yo, that shit is weird though.
I don't know who he is.
Apparently, this nigga
man dressed like a whole Power Ranger in his profile pic, though.
There ain't nothing wrong with Power Rangers, man.
Tell him his link.
Hey, Lil Kai, come in here so I go and flame your ugly ass up too, boy.
Hold on. I dropped the link, man. So
I guarantee you, though, I get more pussy than you and that nigga J Mark combined. Nigga, fuck you, me.
And just to tell everybody, look. J Mar, this is not blind support. We are reading the only evidence that they have provided, and we're breaking it down, and we're making the decision off that. Ain't nobody coming here and they didn't make a decision before I said this. They just reacting to what I say afterwards. Come on.
He one of them gullible ass niggas that sit in the. He one of them gullible ass niggas that when they fuck with female, he wait till the female get dogged out by all the rest of the nigga. He go behind the. You know what I'm saying? He go behind the crew and be like, "Oh, that's okay. Why you do her like that?" You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. After everybody ran through a nigga, now you trying to fuck with a nigga. Get your gullible ass the fuck out of here, dog.
Yeah, bro. Nah, bro. Hey, yo, what's
J-Bar, defend yourself, bro.
Hey, bro.
Well, I'll put the link in the chat. If he wants to come in, he can come in.
Him and that nigga Lick Kai. Boy, I fuck over both of y'all, dog. Come on the check. Come on the pound.
They have the next Jane Doe story.
Okay, the next Jane Doe story we got is we got this one right here. Jane Doe. She didn't know the first time she contacted him that she's one of the 3 that said her IG page was deleted and she don't have access to the messages. So that's what she said. But she's licensed at body contouring. So if you guys don't know what body contouring is, it's like a laser treatment where they put like this gel stuff on you and they'll like use the lasers to rub into like the fatty areas on your body and try to contour your shape the way you want it to. So this is, I guess some women think it can give them an hourglass shape if you do it enough. I think it's a scam, but it's licensed body contouring and she's a spa worker. So the plaintiff is a single mother who is licensed in body contouring and skin tightening and works for a spa in Houston. She was assigned to perform a massage on Watson by her boss. She said she declined to sign an NDA agreement before meeting. So she says in this case, the NDA was offered, but she declined to sign it. This is according to the lawsuit. Watson did not show up for the appointment until the spa was empty at 7 p.m. I don't understand it. So I'm assuming he just had a wide range of times. He could have just pulled up at any time. But hold on. Look, Kyrie asked, man, why you? I didn't even say nothing about you.
No, I think you talking about me, Lamont.
He said, Lamont, you're fat neck. Well, come on, man. I mean, we can have a roast battle, but you got to pull up to the chat, man. We ain't gonna have a roast battle in the comments. Hold on, brother. Let's get back to it.
Bum ass outfit you got on that out, boy. Stupid ass down.
Okay, so she says Watson just randomly showed up at 7 p.m. when it was empty. At the spa, Watson immediately got naked and laid face down on the table, which is what's protocol for a massage. And she says,
here we go with the butt.
Exactly. When massaging around his buttocks.
Here we go.
She says Watson told her not to be scared and to go deeper.
Yo, what's
yo, I gotta go to sleep now. I gotta get up at 5 o'clock, bro. Hell no. Ain't nobody trying to stop. Yo.
He said, what, bro?
Don't be scared. Go
Oh, what up, Spiffy? Spiffy just pulled up.
What's up with y'all?
Hey, and so this is hell. Let me finish it. She says she declined after this. She says Watson flipped over and exposed his penis. Watson told her to massage his groin, and then he brushed his penis up against her, which terrified her. Okay, so now she's terrified. She says Watson told her not to be afraid, to just go ahead and touch him. She told him that she was not being paid to do that. Watson then responded that it was what he paid for. She says she declined and quickly ended the massage after he ejaculated. She said Watson only paid 1/3 of what was owed to her. What do y'all think about that?
What's up with all these mysterious ass forced hand jobs? And
my thing is like, I don't know, man. These are some crazy stuff. They all are eerily similar.
Magically end up in the palm of their hands, but in the other hand, they got a handful of his ass. What the fuck, man? Like, yo.
And he always ejaculating too, boy.
Like the nigga off American Pie. Like as soon as you touch the nigga, yo.
They telling us American Pie shit, bro. Like how he busted and y'all even and they ain't even doing nothing, bro. Like they don't like shit unless they got like a warp gun where they can just force him to do that. That don't make no sense, bro.
Maybe he's very sensitive.
Shit, very sensitive ain't the word. That's extremely sensitive.
That's
Jesus Christ, man. I'm talking about man. And so that was another Jane Doe. She's a licensed body contouring spa worker. She's not licensed at massaging, and she says that her spa gave her the job to massage him. So again, this is another spa who put their business and reputation at stake, right? If this is true, to have her do the massage when she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And if you ask me, this sounds like she might have told her boss that she had a client coming late, even though they were closing. She wanted to get it done. She lied to her boss, telling him it was body contouring when it was actually Deshaun Watson coming, and she knew what time it was when he pulled up. And it wasn't really a massage. It was really a massage with a happy ending that she was getting paid for. That's what I believe. I believe she told him to come at 7 p.m. because, again, if you have anybody that's had a massages, it's a set time. They don't give you a wide range of times to come. You got people coming for appointments all the time. If my appointment's at 4, I can't just walk in at 7 and be like, I'm here. It's time to do my massage. That's what she said. She says he didn't show up for the appointment until the spa was empty at 7. That means you scheduled it at 7. That's what it means.
And it ain't like Deshaun Watson ain't got nothing to do either.
That's what, like, she just make it seem like it's just a walk-in, open appointment. This ain't a barber shop. You know? It's not how they do it with massages. It's just not how it works. So they trying to get, remember, these is real life people they trying to convince of this. Like, most of us here have had massages. We've experienced what it's like, the things you go through. These stories just ain't adding up with some of the stories that they trying to give.
Jared Thomas, what the fuck are you talking about? What
do you say now? What do you say now? This?
Yeah.
He says tapped in. You can. But that shit takes a lot out of you.
I think Jared's a virgin, man.
Hold on. What do you mean, tap Jared? You got to come on the panel and explain this. Hold on, Jared.
He said Omaha Casey King still doing that for 22 times would drain a lot of energy over time. I'm like, Nick, what?
Overtime? What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know what the fuck this nigga talking about, bro.
Oh man,
Can we just ban that dude at this point? I mean, you got to be trolling. There's no way, man. Sit there. It ain't no need for him to sit there and keep talking shit and not join the chat.
Jared, we gotta get your we gotta hear about some of your exploits, man. You gotta come onto the panel, man. Come on, man, because that don't sound like
some shit. I'll just block him. If you don't come on and explain yourself, bro, get the hell out of here.
FYF Fred says, Jared, you a virgin, man. Come on, man.
He exposed himself.
Oh man. Well, you know Fred comes with the facts always, so that's probably accurate. Lit Kyriac says anti
So wasn't no criminal charges, yo. No criminal charges.
No criminal charges at all.
My man keeps saying, Lamar, you it's supposed to be 22 chicks. You only named 7. Yeah, more, man.
Yo, the audio's not good.
Hold on, Marquez, your audio's messed up.
Brother, whole robot and shit.
Shit's in the Matrix and shit.
Hold on, let me do this. Just come back. Hey, Marquez, just come back in just after you fix your mic.
What the hell, bro?
Nigga brought his whole Android to this motherfucker.
Man. He said, bro said it takes a lot out of you. Well, Jared, when we're talking about over the course, we're not talking about this. All didn't happen in one night, Jared. This happened over the course of like a whole year. Like he didn't win 22 chicks in one day. Come on, man.
Jared, don't explain yourself, buddy. Come on now.
What the hell? Listen, bro. Hey, yo, Jared, bro, stop choking the chicken. Like,
this is Jared.
Come outside, Jared.
All right, come on, y'all. Hold on. We got to see, Jared with these comments is just trying to throw us off what we really here to do. We got to get to the next Jared.
Lamont, tell him if he doesn't pull up, then leave. Let's say if you don't explain yourself.
I ain't gonna kick Jared out. We got the next Jane Doe, y'all. The next Jane Doe. First contact, October 19th. She says he contacted her on October 19th, and the incident happened on October 19th. And she also has a second allegation on November 2nd. Also, she's an unlicensed masseuse. She says she gives massages and she advertises her services on Instagram, but she is unlicensed. The single mother plaintiff said that Watson initially contacted her and said he wanted a sports therapy massage. They scheduled an appointment, and she says that Watson was respectful in the beginning under massage in October of 2020. She said he soon began moving in a provocative manner to expose himself. I don't know what that means. The rest of the massage went without incident. The plaintiff was confused, but hadn't been touched, so she gave Watson the benefit of the doubt. So she's saying the first massage actually went fine, but then she gives it the details of the second one. She says when Watson arrived for the second massage in November, she said he caught her off guard and kissed her. Then salute Ralph. She says he caught her off guard and kissed her. Then he asked her to focus on his buttocks and penis area. She told Watson
the butt play.
Yeah, she said she told Watson he was being inappropriate, but did not stop the massage as she needed the money. So again, she's another woman that says she didn't want to stop because she felt coerced because she needed the money. So she's making it sound like she's desperate now. Watson asked, hold on, let me finish, Ralph. Let me finish. Watson asked her to massage his penis area, but she refused. She says Watson grew irritated and said he would pay extra. When she refused again, he pleaded, well, can you just do it just for me? She refused again, so he got angry and left. She says a few weeks later, Watson again reached out to her asking if she was available. She told him that she would not work for him again. The Instagram messages of this particular message encounter, those messages where she said that she would not want to work for him again, those were deleted. The only messages that were recovered were messages that Deshaun Watson had was about an appointment that they actually scheduled the second time. And then the only reason the appointment didn't happen is because he was a no-call, no-show, which means he just didn't show up and for no reason. But she actually booked the second appointment. So they actually, after she gave this affidavit, this statement, they found out she was lying because she did book a second appointment. He just no-call, no-showed her.
There you go.
What are y'all thoughts?
These hoes be lying. Oh, my thought is he probably telling the truth because I went to one of them Asian massage places. I ain't asked for nothing, and they just did their thing too.
What you mean they did their thing?
You know, the tub jump.
What you mean?
Jerk you and all that. Instead of giving you a massage, he's not. So they be doing that on their own merit.
So you got a happy ending.
Yeah. And I ain't asked for it and nothing. She started off, the Asian lady started off massaging my back. Then took my the little towel that the towel they put on you. Yeah. Took that off, reached up front and started jerking me and all that.
Did you
I turned around? Yeah, I was on
my belly. Did you ask her to massage your buttocks?
Fuck no.
Okay. Just asking. All right, hold on. Reggie just pulled up. I want to get Reggie's thoughts, man. He looks like he's new here. He might have been here before. I don't know. Reggie, Luke, man, appreciate you pulling up. What are your thoughts on? Because we breaking down all of the women. We're not giving. We're just breaking down what they say in the affidavits. What do you think about what you've heard so far? Go ahead, Reggie.
I'll put it to you like this. Like I used to play ball, so I got a little bit of. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I had a little bit of experience with that. Never had like a situation quite like that. Mm-hmm. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like a reoccurring thing with him. And it seems like he, to your point earlier, you said that the girl was not licensed. It just seems like he was just reaching out to random females in random cities and saying, "Hey, this is what I need. This is what I want. If y'all could do it, cool. If not, I'm moving." And I'm not saying it's right the way he was moving because I think it was stupid, if anything else. If he made somebody feel uncomfortable, I feel like he got to be accountable for that part of it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it was criminal. We all know sexual assault doesn't necessarily have to mean you put your hands on somebody. It could be verbal by the letter of the law. It might sound crazy. It might sound unappealing for a lot of people. But if you say something and you do something in a way that violates what the actual law is, then you got to be accountable for that. But they're saying that there was not enough sufficient evidence to say that he actually could be criminally charged. Regardless of how we feel about it or how most people feel about it, that's what the letter of the law is. And we gotta figure whether that's a good thing or bad thing. But I played football for a minute. I've had massages. I never asked for any. I ain't never asked nobody to fucking touch my ass or my. But I ain't never. It never crossed my mind. But I'm not him. So
now this is what I was thinking as well. Since you played, and again, my thing is this. I've alluded to all of the women's stories using a lot of the same catchphrases and using a lot of the same descriptions to describe what he's doing. Do you believe it's him just being very repetitive with all the women, or do you believe that the attorney is coaching the women to say the same thing so it sounds like they're all in one accord? Because remember, this is a tactic that police use. Like, I don't know if you've ever been in trouble with the law and the police separate two people.
To me, it sounds like they're a little bit. It sounds a little coaching because it's almost like take what this person is saying. Hey, you heard? Hey, you did this too. Did that sound similar to what you experienced? Yeah, it sounds a little similar. All right, cool. We're gonna put that in the notes. That's the feeling I get from that. And none of us were there, so we don't really know. But it comes across that way to me because I've never been in that situation that he's been in, but I do have a couple friends that have played way longer than I did. I had a cup of coffee, so I wasn't. I don't have. I mean, I had a couple of experiences in the league and Canada and arena bars, so I wasn't in. I didn't get that opportunity to get that type of. I did get put on like that. But we all know the more money you have, the more access you have, people will treat you differently.
It's like that one woman who said once she went back and researched them and saw the blue check mark, well, then she kind of reevaluated. I might want to go do that. I might, even though I'm not licensed, I'm gonna learn real quick how to do this massage because the cloud could potentially bring them up.
She was looking at the money. She was looking at the money aspect.
Crazy right there.
Right.
Hey, man. And see,
I can't be mad at that. My only thing is don't come across.
No, go ahead.
Yo, this thing screwed.
I didn't freeze. His sound cut off.
Okay, my bad.
Go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
It comes across as like it's like I think people were coming. If you go and you look at like the and I'm not trying to go political, but I always saw people, they were talking about Trump and this and that, and I'm like, y'all voted for this man president. He had just as many people, and people are upset that he getting like money to go play football. He ain't running a country. He playing a sport and it's entertainment. So you got to be able to separate the two things and say, okay, this thing is not that. And it doesn't mean that like we always say, the women should be listened to. But if we evaluate it, we investigate it, and we find out, hey, he just was a creep, and that's what he wanted, and he did it. He said what he said. It does not necessarily mean that he committed a crime. If you find out that that's what somebody liked, and you asked him to do something, and you said no, No, not one person that I saw, and I could be wrong. I ain't trying to defend the dude. I'm just simply saying if they said that we didn't find anything and we can't charge you, and it's a he said she said type of situation. What do you how do you go from there with it? Because there's no smoking gun. Like you said, the text messages were deleted. They were only his. And that's all you have. So if he's gonna be vilified in the court of public opinion. Every arena, every indoor facility, every field he go to, man, they gonna smash that dude, bro. He ain't gonna be able to hide from that for a long time. He can win a Super Bowl. It's not gonna matter. So
yeah, that's crazy right there. And that's the thing that I think you had one of the people that was in the grand jury that wanted to speak publicly said.
Right.
The one thing that struck them the most is that he kept all his messages and nothing was deleted or randomly missing, as opposed to all of the women. And he said there was not one woman without some thread of messages that didn't have something deleted or something missing. And they were saying that can't be coincidence to have 22 women, but all 22 didn't go to the police, and all 22
they kept the stuff that they thought would incriminate.
Yes. And all 22 had deleted messages. And this is things that they can go digitally track. They can go look at digital footprints and figure it out. Or they can also look at Deshaun Watson's messages and clearly see if you deleted something. Luckily, he had a good attorney who was able to get all these things recorded before they started deleting and pulling stuff back to make it look as if he did something wrong to him. So not everybody's afforded that type of defense team. Luckily, he had $1 million attorney on his side. Hold on. Look, we can go ahead and get to the next Jane Doe. All right, it looks like he fell out. Hopefully, he can get back in here. His signal fell out. Hey, if you can come back since you played football, come back. I like your insight on a few more of these cases. We got the next Jane Doe. And it's a lot of them. First contact December 2020, and the allegations. She said the allegations happened on December 28th, 2020. This Jane Doe right here is a licensed massage therapist. Let's hear her story. She says she contacted she engaged with Deshaun Watson. She engaged with him in December 2020 to set up an appointment, which was ultimately scheduled on December 28th. The plaintiff and she says the plaintiff and her mother arrived at the office before Watson so that her mother could help set everything up. Her mother saw Watson walk into the building as she left. So it sounds like this is a situation where her mother dropped her off maybe to work, maybe saw Watson coming in, and then she left. She says, Watson, again, remember, I want y'all to hear the same terminology. Watson began quickly. She says, Watson quickly began aggressively dictating the massage. I don't think none of these women use the word aggressively dictating in their life, but you have over half these people all saying aggressively dictating a massage as she became more uncomfortable.
Coach.
Yep. Coach, more uncomfortable with being told to massage his buttocks. He allegedly told her, he made it clear that he could help or hurt her career. So she said he threatened her. When Watson told her to massage his inner groin area, she told him that she needed a special tool. He told her that he didn't want her using a tool. The plaintiff, in this case, she alleged that Watson became more assertive, telling her to move her hands back to his groin area and then telling her to brush her hand over his genital area. So she says he told her to brush her hand over his genital areas. She began shaking from fear as she worried what the repercussions of upsetting him could be. Watson then verbally coerced her into moving her mouth towards his penis and performed oral sex. That sounds crazy. Wow. And let me finish this real quick because it's crazy. So she says he verbally coerced her into moving her mouth towards his penis and performing oral sex. The plaintiff claims she had blacked out from fear and did not consent to being put into that position.
What?
Yes, this is, I swear. After he finished, she said, after he finished, The woman says that Watson got dressed and left. She says the plaintiff was in so much shock that she defecated on herself before her mother picked her up. She says she blames herself for not preventing what happened. Now, she says she got so panicked in this instance, she defecated on herself. He verbally, not forcefully with his hands, she said he verbally coerced her into giving him oral sex and then blacked out while it was happening, and she didn't consent to doing it. That's new to me. That's new. That's a new one right there. Hold on, let me go to Reggie because he played like. Have you ever heard of a woman?
I ain't never heard nobody black out giving head, bro.
I'm not joking, y'all. I swear this is what it says, bro.
Ain't no fucking way.
I'm not joking, man. I am not joking at all.
And I hate that it's like that because it sounds like you're making fun of the person that something like that happened. Because you never want to discount somebody's story, and you never want to discount somebody who actually has like real trauma, and you do have to like kind of figure out, okay, where's the through line for the male in that situation? Because when he came out and started talking after the fact, and he was like, this is what happened when you stand on truth, this and that. Initially, I was like, man, he sounds stupid, bro. Just shut up, go play ball. Then I started thinking about it. It's like, hold on, man. People are talking about your reputation. They're talking about you as a man. They're talking about you as a son, a brother, a cousin, whatever the big situation is with that. You can't just drag my name through the mud because everybody, just throw some money at it, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Just pay them to shut up and just make them go away. But if he's saying like, no, it's what they're saying didn't happen. You can't do that. Like I'm still cool to this day with some guys that still play in the league. Like I said, I don't have that type of relationship with them where we go like person, but we just talk about regular stuff. Talk about life, talk about how your season going, how your kids doing, how your family, stuff like that. We don't go into stuff like that because we know that's a seesaw. You know what I'm saying? Like you start getting into too much personal stuff, and then you end up kind of. I don't need to know all of that. I don't even know what you got going on. But we've been in those situations before. We've been not even football, basketball, or anything. Just as men, we've been in those situations where somebody could take something the wrong way. You go out, y'all both drinking, and if something happened, you're gonna get blamed. If y'all smoking and something happened, you're gonna get blamed. You're the male. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed, but it's like, okay, we both messed up and we both doing this and that. Well, whose fault is it at that point? So when she's talking about defecating on herself and blacking out from performing oral sex, I ain't saying she lying, but I just
want to know how she finished if she blacked out.
The question I have for this particular situation is if she blacked out and then she later defecated on herself.
She didn't say that part though.
She would have been visibly upset because her mom came to pick her up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So her mom would have seen that something was up. So if she saw like she was upset, she would have asked
the police.
What happened?
Yeah, the police is definitely. I don't know nobody whose moms would not call the cops if they saw that their daughter was in a like. So another situation where, I mean, if what she's saying is true, and her mom came to pick her up, when she said her mom came to pick her up, there's 1,000% no way the police don't get called. No way in hell.
So Lamar, I'm not trying to sound facetious, but it's just not a fucking skit.
Bro, I'm telling. Look,
it's not like a fucking skit, man.
I'm telling. That's what it starts to sound like. So imagine if we was the grand jury. Okay, just imagine if us on this panel was the grand jury, and we're literally breaking down all of these cases like this because remember, there's not much real evidence to go off of because most of the evidence that could prove that these women are right has been deleted, according to them, and everything that Deshaun Watson has goes against what they're saying. So if we're the grand jury so far, are we sending this case for criminals? Are we really sending this to court for criminal proceedings, or are we throwing this out? Like, as it stands right now, I would definitely probably say the majority of us are saying you need to throw this out because it's not too credible right now, and that's what we have to go off of.
Wait, critical. Hey, Lamont, let me ask you something real quick, bro.
Yo, what up? What up?
So like it's almost like if you were in school, right? And you were cool, you was cool with somebody, but they always seemed a little off to you. You like, man, he just a little weird, man. Like, you know what I mean? He changed the clothes in the locker room and he looking over there and he a little crazy. I'm like, man, I don't know if that dude a little funny. I don't know if he this, if you that. Because in high school, you know, it was, you know, when you young, you know, we all looking at people crazy because in certain places, certain areas you live in, it's not accepted the same way as it is now. Now it's just like, who cares? Nobody care. But you know, when you're younger, you're looking at it, and then somebody else says it, and then somebody else says it, and then you're like, you know what? Maybe I was sexually assaulted. Maybe I was verbally abused. But you don't. But in the moment, you don't take it that way, and then you start seeing other people say it, and then you like, man, you know what? Let me get a piece of this too, because somebody about to get paid from just saying, hey, I was uncomfortable. He made me uncomfortable. She made me uncomfortable. Now, that's kind of the tough part that I'm having with it, because I know the term simp is like whatever, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want to be an apologist for him, and I don't want to be an advocate for somebody who's saying something that is misconstruing what they think it is. But they're having the same attorney. I can't even remember how many of them had the same attorney saying the same stuff. Like we don't say defecate.
Yeah.
Like we don't even talk like that. Hey man, you know, I ate some bad chili and I just went and defecated, man.
Yeah.
But nobody says that. That's attorney talk.
Definitely.
So it just seems to me like it's like a lot of coaching. It's a lot of people that are saying maybe some of this stuff did happen, but it didn't. And at least as far as the law is concerned, it didn't. And this is across several states. This is not just in Atlanta or Georgia. It's not just in California. It's not just in Texas. This is across several states, and they're saying like, nah, we saw what happened to Darren Sharper. Like he did that shit.
See, and I like what True Gang ENT said. He said grand juries always indict innocent people and send their cases to court, and then you have to fight it out. You have to fight it out with the judge and jury. This case didn't even make it there. They said this ain't even worthy of going to court. Now that tells you right there that I'm telling you, man, it's for your case to not get through the grand jury and the grand jury throws it out. It's a lot of holes in this case, and I'm curious to know what these women's stories will be if they all had separate attorneys and separate representation, and they went all up under the same attorney under this big class action case. Probably
Lamont,
look a little different.
Lamont, I was going to ask you, can't Deshaun sue them for defamation?
Yeah, there was a lot of them with the same guy. There was a lot of them with the same guy.
They're all under the same attorney. Yep. Can he sue? Yes. He can sue, but is it worth his time? Do they have the money?
Hell no.
He can sue, but he won't get nothing out of it. So that's the problem with him being the A side in this case. The women are the B side. They only have something to gain. There's nothing he can gain from them. He can't never get his reputation back. He can't extract any money out of them because none of them have any. The only thing that's going to do is cost him more legal fees. He's going to lose money, lose time. His reputation is going to get pushed through the dirt more and more the longer this lingers. So ultimately, for this, the women and their attorney, the only way they win is they try to drag this on and on and on and just muddy his name.
That's why the smartest thing that he did was shut up through the whole season. He didn't say a word.
He didn't say a word.
Wait,
he wanted to.
What about the NFL though? Can he sue them?
No, because the NFL didn't make him sit.
Basically, he chose to sit out. The Texans paid him to sit out.
Yeah, the Texans paid him to sit.
They paid him his full salary last year. So and if the NFL wanted to do something, they would put him on the exempt list back in July of last year.
Yeah.
So,
craziness right here. We got, and here's the thing, y'all. Look, I told y'all we breaking down all these women.
That's why I said what I said earlier. I went through. I saw this all. I saw this all between 2016 and now. I used to live. I lived in Dallas for a little bit. I lived in Plano, which is like right outside like Frisco, like this. It's out there in the burbs. And the on Twitter and like social media, it's funny because the same people that were talking all that crazy that they was talking it about him, these are the same people. And I don't care how you feel about Trump. I ain't even doing political, but it was funny because you see that and you like, hold on, this man been, I mean, like, it's been the same amount of people who said the same thing, and we made that dude president. But y'all upset with this man for playing a sport that's an entertainment sport for making money, when we have people making way more than that in different areas and different avenues by doing the same thing. And y'all mad at him. Whether he did it, whether he didn't, I ain't God. None of us was there. I think it's suspect. But until if they said it, he there's no cause to call it like to bring criminal charges. There's nothing I could do with that. I think he might be a weirdo if what they saying is true. If I'm getting a massage, a sports massage, I don't want nobody playing on my butt and I'm going nowhere near my dick. Like for what?
And I've had a sports massage. Like I've had sports massages. I have regular massages, and the thing is, if you go to a real massage place, they intentionally avoid sensitive areas. Yeah. They like if you go with a real massage, like these women, because you're dealing with mostly women do men, because you can choose if you have a man or woman come in. If you have a massage, like they're doing your thigh. Like you can, what they'll do is they'll move the towel and stuff a certain way to where like they make sure they don't touch nothing to do. Like they go out of their way to make sure nothing crazy happens. If you go to a license, some of these women are licensed and they saying this stuff still happens.
They barely move it.
They barely, bro. And then when you flip over,
ends up in the hands.
But when you flip over, sometimes they'll step out the room just so you can flip over and stuff. Like I'm talking about the massage therapists I've had. Bro.
Exactly. Right.
I'm telling you, if you've had a real massage, unlike Ralph's was a little different. But if you go to a real massage, they don't even allow that to happen. They know what they're doing. They know they ask you before they do anything. Like my IT man was hurt.
The country, bro.
Ralph went somewhere. I don't know, bro. Wow, I don't know where you went, bro.
Right near the stadiums.
I'm telling you, I've had the real massages. When done the right way, none of this stuff will ever happen. That's what I'm saying. But you just need to go to one real massage, and you will know that half the things that these women are saying gotta be BS. Because it's not making sense to me. But
it's a big difference when you go to the real spot.
Yeah, real spots, they ain't letting that happen, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think he was inappropriate based on what he said with a few of them, and then I think he probably elevated it to another level that it didn't have to be, and I think the women who he probably, because he was just randomly like, hey, I'm gonna be in this city, I'm gonna be in this state. Anybody that knows him, like, it's like if you got your homeboy that cut hair. Like I had like when my little short cup of coffee in the league, I had a homeboy that cut hair. And I asked everybody in the locker room, like, hey, bro, if y'all trying to get a cut, my boy, like, he right up the street and sharp ready for a real. Like, yo, well, tell him to come. You know, we got it's OTAs going on. Yeah, tell him to come at the last day of OTA. Okay, he licensed, he got it, but he had the facility.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like we all know somebody that could do something. You know what I mean? If you a video editor, if you can do, I don't know, whatever it is you could do. We all know somebody that we could call, like, if we really need something done. And if somebody else needs something, if you do taxes, if you do whatever. But that I've had friends that I tried to put on in that regard. Like one of my homeboys, he a chef now, down in Texas. He worked for one of James Harden's restaurants. He used to play ball. Cool. Well, yeah, I ain't asked that nigga for nothing. I'm like, hey, bro, do your thing. Like, go ball out. I wasn't trying to. Hey, you gonna bring somebody else to go do? Like, nah, bro. It's just like that. We all know people that could do stuff, and I just think the way he was doing it, he was just moving stupid, in my opinion.
You know what I think happened?
I just feel like he was moving stupid.
You know what I think happened? In a lot of those cases that Lamont cited, a lot of the women were saying that not Lamont, but Deshaun either didn't pay the women or he paid them not the full amount or half or something. So they probably upset about the money and not getting paid their full amount that they were supposed to get paid for their sessions.
I agree. That could be the case too. Hold on, let's get to the next woman. Because look, we got a lot of Jane Does here with some crazy stories. Here's the next Jane Doe. March 3rd, 2021. That was her first contact with him. March 3rd, 2021. Allegations, she said the incident happened on March 5th of 2021. Now, we've been talking about a lot of unlicensed therapists. She actually is a licensed massage therapist and business owner. She says she owns her own massage therapy business in Georgia, single mother with 2 children. Says Watson reached out to her over Instagram to arrange an appointment in Atlanta. They arranged it for the 4th, but Watson did not message the plaintiff. She says Watson did not message her until 9 p.m. that night, and she did not feel comfortable, so to do it the next day. Watson asked the plaintiffs if the suite she had rented for the massage was private. She said yes. He insisted on entering through the back door. So this is the second person that says he insisted on coming through the back door. At the start, Watson told her to remove her mask, but she refused due to COVID regulations that required her to wear it while working with the client. That's not necessarily true. Well, at least it wasn't true like that here in Arizona. Watson stripped naked and got on the table, which made her uncomfortable, so she covered him with the sheet. Eventually, he told her to remove the sheet and get into his glutes. The plaintiff told Watson that he was not to lay down on her table naked. Eventually, while working on his glutes, she said that Watson told her to go deeper and oil his buttocks. She was uncomfortable but felt she could not afford to upset Watson, so she complied. Watson then flipped over and asked her to massage his testicles. She declined, but Watson removed the sheet anyway and exposed his penis to her. He then put his penis on her hand as she tried to cover him, which shocked her and made her recoil. Watson realized the plaintiff was not going to do what he wanted, so he paid her and left. Now, if I'm being non-biased, before anybody goes, if I'm being non-biased, this is probably the only incident that is partially believable based on, because I've had a massage before. She talks about the sheets being used to cover up certain things, her reaction. She talked about the mask issue right there. This sounds like a more believable encounter, but what do you guys think? What do you guys think about this particular encounter?
Sounds like it could be factual.
I mean, it sounds like it could be like, factual. It's just like the whole butt thing be throwing me off. Though. I'm like,
my part is that in this whole testimony, they keep saying that they felt uncomfortable but continued the situation.
Yeah.
How could he be assaulting you or forcing you to do anything if you continue because you keep saying that you need money? That's going against the whole purpose.
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you see her interview? She also said she
why
knew who
do the
was.
kids have to be brought in? The mother of two. The mother of two.
Yes. Like emotional. They're playing on you. They're pulling up emotional strings now. That's all they're doing. Single mother here, mother of two here. They're pulling the emotional strings. I only did it because they know that single mothers need money. So now they're trying to play the angle where single mother can't afford to not do it. That's why they had to continue doing it for the money. Because look, I got 2 kids at home
And
that I got to.
And I don't buy coming through the back door thing being a real issue. Because he's Deshaun Watson, bro. Like,
yes,
he's an NFL quarterback. Of course, I want to come through the back door.
Facts.
All celebrities come through back doors.
That is true.
Like,
interview, she said she knew
I've
who he
never
was
been a
already,
celebrity,
too.
but I've gone to places with people. They're like, "Yo, we going back here. We going through this way." Like,
Devin Booker just did it at Foot Locker out here.
From the
he went to pick up a
allegations-
shoe order, and he had to come through the back door of Foot Locker to pick up all his shoes. I mean, he couldn't walk through the front door of Foot Locker to grab his shoe. He got a mob. Oh, what'd you say? What was you about to say, Ralph?
No, dude. When she had her interview, she said she knew who he was from the allegations. So you knew the allegations and all that, and you still continued to serve him as a customer. So she could be like lying because she already knew it was allegations against him.
I know. And that's the thing right here, that True Gang ENT, that bothers me. Not one person out of all these allegations, nobody said I walked out in the middle, got in my car and left. Not one person has that. Not one person has anything on video camera, because some of these studios are in complexes.
no, I passed out. I defecated. I kept doing it. I felt uncomfortable. I continued to do it because I felt uncomfortable.
Yeah. Very odd.
And he requested that the one you talking about, I know who you talking about, the black chick. He requested her, and at first she said no. And then she remembered who he was, and like she served him.
I just don't like I think they're trying to use certain things against them, like what Reggie said, that's normal for entertainers and athletes coming through the back door, doing things after hours. That's normal for entertainers and athletes. There's no entertainers just going. I mean, sometimes when you get to a certain status, you have to pre-plan everything. You can't just go walk through the mall when you want. You have to call stores ahead of time and be like, I'm coming, I'm pulling up at this time. Can you block off a time for me to come pull up, or can I pull up after? Like, that's how they got to move now, because you got dudes out here trying to rob people. You got swarms of people. Sometimes they just trying to go and chill without a whole bunch of people swarming them and stuff. They have to move like that. Yeah. That's the smart way to move, but they're trying to turn it into a negative. He's Deshaun Watson, the QB of the Houston Texans. He got to move like that. I've only seen that a few times. I've never been in that position where I was like where I had to do nothing like that. Like, bro, I had like a couple of little, like I said, a cup of coffee. I was only in the league for like a couple of years, so I ain't never had ain't nobody ever shut no mall down for me. Niggas don't even shut down the elevator. but I've never been in that situation. But I've seen it happen. I've seen some of my former teammates and guys that I played with in the past. They've done it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dang, that's crazy. Like, when you got a certain like they were saying status, they didn't want to. Oh, I don't want to disappoint him and this and that. I understand that. And again, if like you said, the last one that you said, that one did sound credible. And that's why I said he just sound like he just likes certain weird stuff, and that's him. And I know he got either a girlfriend or a fiance. Maybe he should send her to some classes. He got enough money now. He done sound clean for $230. So like, bro, go teach her how to do that, bro. Like, stay your ass out the way, my nigga. Like, you go sit down somewhere and let your girl do it right, bro. She don't gotta work no more the rest of her life or your life. So go do that. Here's the issue. That last one sounded credible, but let's say even if what she said is credible, was there anything that you felt that she said he did that caused her damage or was criminal? Because she said when Watson realized that she wasn't going to do anything that he wanted, he paid and left. He said, all right, I'm going. I'm paying and left. As opposed to the other chick who said he verbally coerced me in the oral. I blacked up and shitted myself. Like, This incident, she said he paid, he got up out of her because I didn't want to do it. What did he do that was damaging civilly or criminal? If this last one is actually believable,
right?
I don't know if I could pull anything out that could be criminal.
I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
Man. That's the second aspect you have to consider.
But you got to remember too, the letter of the law of sexual assault. You can say something to somebody that's illegal.
Yeah.
Like what?
But she says Watson told her to go deeper and to oil his buttocks. Is that assault? Would you consider, like, I'm trying to break down what could be considered if this last one is believable?
That's not it.
That wouldn't be, because that's a request. I mean that's within the scope of a massage.
That's a request.
There's oil in massages, and you can ask them to massage whatever part. If they choose to do it or not, that's on them. She refused. He didn't. She doesn't. She didn't say he forced her to do anything. He asked her to do a lot
her
of things.
hand and put it somewhere, like you said, like he said that he tried to put his whatever on her.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different deal, because now you physically put your body on my body when I didn't want you to do that, or I grabbed your hand and made you do it, or I put it there. Now he might have a different situation, but again, in that situation, that's a he said, she said. To me, it sounds like he probably did do that, like trying to, like, you know, like when you with your girl or you with a girl, and you like, hey man, come on, man, like, you know what I'm saying? That as men, like, you gotta know, like, bro, you gotta know that could be like get the end of you.
Yeah, no, it's crazy because it's like a couple of the situations like Lamar was telling, like it was like somehow his dick just ended up in the lady's hands. It's like it just magically happened, or basically like the one
magician,
like he a magician or something, or that. The funny one, the one that took me up was girl massaging his calves and somehow he bust a nut. That had me crying.
These women like these black men got magical dongs now.
Man, we got one more. Let me get through this last one, and then we're gonna get to some of the stuff the attorney was saying. Right, this happened in 2021, January 2021. She's also a licensed massage therapist.
Hey Lamar, can you drop the cash app in the chat, bro?
Yeah, I got you. Let me put that in the chat.
Hey Lamar, is it that Stacy chick that is their lawyer?
They have a team of attorneys. They got a team of attorneys.
Cause I don't like you know what I'm talking about, right?
I forgot. I thought her attorney's name was Tony Busby.
Oh Lord.
Well, you know him?
He's a big time attorney. Hold on, let me read this last account. Hold on. If anybody wants to hit the Cash App, man, to support the channel, man, Cash App is in the chat, man. So we appreciate all donations. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. But yeah, these stories is wild. So we got the last encounter coming up, because we was literally just talking about being forced or coerced. Forced and coerced. That's the key. So in this last one, we have an example of someone saying the complete opposite of what the last person said. We thought the last lady might have been credible. January 2021, she says it happened on January 21st. She is a licensed massage therapist and business owner. Right? She's also married. The married plaintiff is a licensed massage therapist. Plaintiff has worked on other professional athletes in the past. In late January, she says Watson reached out to her on IG to book an appointment. Before the appointment, she says Watson insisted multiple times that the session be kept private. And he kept asking if anyone else would be around. She said Watson also asked if he needed to be covered, to which she said absolutely yes. During the massage, she says Watson made several requests for her to massage places she did not feel comfortable with. She even stepped back and made it verbally clear to Watson that this was going to remain professional. She says after a few minutes, Watson briefly exposed his penis. She tried to tell herself it was just an innocent mistake. Eventually, he started making inappropriate requests again. It says the plaintiff started to freak out, and Watson exposed his erection and placed it on her hand. So unlike the last case, she said he exposed it, and then she says he placed it on her hand. He told her that felt good and asked her to do it again, and she declined. So that right there, I don't understand. So he moved his dick to her hand and told her it felt good to do it again. Watson then told her, she says in a coy tone, I do not want to make you do anything you don't want to do. She says she ended the massage and Watson left. The plaintiff claims that the alleged encounter has left her with deep emotional trauma and has even impacted her marriage. Also, this lady right here, she's labeled on the suit as Jane Doe number 10. She was initially removed from the suit because she said that her husband deleted text messages between her and Deshaun Watson about the encounter. Another incident where she says her husband took the phone and deleted messages about the encounter, and this encounter has definitely caused problems with her marriage. What do y'all think about that one right there?
So in a story, didn't she just say that he flat out told her that he didn't want to do anything that she didn't want to do?
Yeah.
So if he just flat out said that he didn't want it, and she have just told him I don't want to do this, and then ended the session and never talked and never brought it up again? Like, how did if he himself just told her directly, I don't want you, I'm not gonna force you to do anything that you want to do, in her own story? So how does that even make sense?
It don't. No, it's the fact that she said she freaked out and backed away, and then all of a sudden his dick ended up in her hands. Like, did he get up out of the?
Well, she said, I'll read it again. She says that Watson exposed his erection and placed it on her hand. Now, if anybody's ever been in a massage, if you're laying on your back or if you're laying on your stomach, there's really not much you can do. You can't just, if you grab her hand and you place something on her hand, that's assault. That's a clear case of assault, and that's a crime, right? And I don't know why she wouldn't have immediately reported that right there. Could have been, if he grabbed her hand hard enough, it could have been a bruise on her wrist, anything that could have been direct evidence to her allegation, but she didn't do any of that. So she says he exposed his erection, placed it on her hand, and then she says he did that, and then he told her that felt good and asked her to do it again. So my thing is, do what again? If all he did was place his dick on her hand, and then he tells you to do it again because it felt good. I'm telling you, it's not me.
And also, it would be easy to get evidence there, because if he did what she said he did, it's easy to get evidence right there. It's not even like assault where you got to prove that it's consensual. If you put his dick in her hand, that's easy physical evidence right there that she could have reported.
That could be, man, crazy right there. Some of the stuff that we reading today is crazy. Hold on, let me give a salute to Mimi in the Cash App, and then salute to Reggie in the Cash App. Appreciate everybody that's hit the Cash App tonight. Remember, we got somebody in here who can be matching donations. The other half of the donations are going to be sent to support prisoners getting out of jail, the recidivism, help put some money into their pockets, man. Help them get back on help them bounce back on their road to recovery, man. So salute to everybody that's supporting the channel and supporting that movement right there.
So that's what's up, Lamar. I ain't even know you was doing that, bro.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah. We I think I've talked about it a few times on the channel, man. A couple of times we've taken basketball teams into some prisons, the ones that at least allow us, because that's really the only way we can get in there and talk to them,
bro.
guys.
I ain't been here that long.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we go. Some of these facilities will allow us to take a basketball team in, hoop with the guys. That's really our way of getting in there, talking to them about financial literacy. Because if we just tell them we want to go in there and talk about financial literacy, for whatever reason, they won't let us in. So we have to say we have a basketball team. Our team wants to play y'all guys. Let's set it up. They all for that. So they all for the hoops. But when we start
Yeah.
talking some real stuff, they don't want no parts of that. So when we get in there, we chop it up with them. But the number one issue with these guys.
All right, do you got like some links and stuff or something you could email me so I could kind of be a part of that, bro? Because I got a couple homeboys that's in that situation right now, and I definitely would like to be a part of that. Man.
Fact. Put your email in the private chat right there, and I can send you all the information, all the people that's involved, the different states that we allowed to do it in.
Well,
certain it started in Indiana, kind of expanded out
on the StreamYard.
Yeah, so you can just like I say on the StreamYard, you see it says private chat. And you just put your email in the private chat. And then that way there it go right there. I got it. I'm gonna get you locked in. Let me save it right now. So I'm gonna shoot you an email. Let me make sure I save it.
Why they call themselves Jane though? What happened to them?
No, hold on. Well, hold on. I have the real names. I'm calling it Jane Doe right now.
I thought they was calling themselves Jane.
Yeah, no. So what happened was they wanted to be Jane Doe's in the real case, but the judge said, if you're going to be putting these types of allegations on him and his real name is out, if these allegations are true, then your real name needs to be out. And so some of them were like, well, we're getting death threats and all this stuff. And well, boo-hoo. This is what comes with making these types of allegations.
Things?
Right.
Huh?
You know what?
I said they don't think he getting them things.
What you talking about?
The threats and all that.
I
said they don't think he's getting them. The chicks.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Deshaun is dealing with his same thing, and that's what the judge was saying. He says, I can't allow this stuff to happen to him, but you don't want to put yourself out there. He like the one thing, especially in a criminal case, is you have to face your accuser. You're like if the prosecution can't bring forth a victim, ain't no case.
Well,
if you can't bring forth the witness, ain't no case. This is why, in certain cities, if you can scare the witness into not testifying, you're gonna go free. Because if you can't face your accusers and the witnesses, and if they can't step forth and say it in the court of law, it's a wraps. So,
Lamont, it never ceases to amaze me that the level of hoops that people will go to believe that a black man is a predator. To the extent that, because for half these stories even make sense, this man had to be damn near a magician, because they're not even giving a detailed explanation of how his penis supposedly ended up in a hand.
They're all saying that he either turned in a way where it touched their hand, or they're saying that he placed it on her hand. So I like how they're kind of wording this the right way, because they don't want to say he grabbed their arm and put his hand there. They're just saying he placed it on her hand. And it's just like, I don't know during the course of a massage how that happens. If you've actually had a massage, that just don't make sense, because you're laying on your back. There's only so much grabbing and reaching you can do, right? If you reach the wrong way, she could just jump back and get the hell up out of there. You're the one that's halfway butt naked. If she runs out the building, what, you gonna run outside butt naked after?
Right.
Like, you're the one in the compromised position. She's not.
Especially as a celebrity, everybody gonna see you.
Yeah, these women are talking about they're leaving, they're going to the bathroom, they're coming back, and he's like, if you can't.
Right, he gave you that much freedom. He gave you that much freedom to stop in between the assault to go to the bathroom.
And there's no other co-workers in the building.
Right, but right, and he told you to come all alone. He was like, there's nothing suspicious about that. I'll come all. I'm sure there's no. He wants me to come all.
A lot of these was private though. They was at the hotels. Like,
then that's not a massage therapist. That's an extra.
That's an escort.
Yeah, massage therapists.
Half them not even licensed, so that tell you what they was on.
Hold on. The search says we're victim blaming.
The person has to be proven to be a victim for me to be victim blaming, sir. Not victim
I think by definition, the grand jury threw the case out, so the grand jury didn't believe that they were victims. They were bringing forth allegations, but they're not victims yet, because if you were a victim, normally victims go straight to the police. That's what normal victims do. And you know, if you're telling me out of 22 women in 22 separate incidents, not one person reported it immediately to the police, it's hard for me to call you a victim in that case.
I feel like your boy is just. I feel like your boy is just a weirdo. He just like certain nasty things, and he wanted them to do certain things. He suggested it. They was like, nah, I don't want to do it. Like, I don't feel like any of the females, in my opinion, the Jane Does or whatever, should be drugged through the mud. My only problem with a lot of this stuff is that and I know we had the Me Too movement, which I respect, and we had a lot of women that came through and they had credible allegations. And I feel like sometimes you do have to respect that. Not sometimes, all the time you have to respect it. But I guess my question is like, if somebody brings an allegation against you, and they find that there's no, like, what is the recourse? Because you could say anything about anybody. Like Ben Roethlisberger, you could go back and look at that case. That thing had all type of red flags through it, but he never it never reached the level that it, in my opinion, it should have reached, because we had a whole bunch of people around him that, you know, they protected him and made sure that he was cool. You're not gonna get that. I'm not even gonna go to the racial aspect of it, because that's a whole different entity in itself. So you can't victim shame, you can't victim blame. But it's like, man, like, we got to start educating people, men and women, because men are victims of sexual assault as well. And you got to make sure, like, yo, if something happens, you got to get the fuck out of there, or you got to make sure you got some evidence so that we can sit up there and be like, hey, he said this, she said this happened. Now, boom. Now, all right, we're going to go take action on you, because you whatever you are. Either you a predator, you a weirdo, you just like weird stuff. We need to figure out what you are. Because if I feel like half of those claims are legit, and I feel like some of them are like, some of them were like, I was just uncomfortable, I didn't like that. But if you don't like it, don't show up at a hotel room. Like, just don't go. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. We saw the dude from the Seahawks that beat the living shit out of old girl, and he was out of league and gone. And we ain't talk about it no more. We ain't talk about it now.
Also, this other reality that I don't buy or don't get is this constant nonsense that people keep pushing about them being scared to come out for assault. When the fuck has anyone been scared to come out against a black man when it comes down to especially some related to a heinous crime like assault? When in any reality did the law protect a black man that much that they got you scared that you literally think you can't come out against them?
That's a slippery slope, brother.
Get it?
Hold on. Look, I want y'all to read this statement from Deshaun Watson's agent after the grand jury verdict. He says sexual assault is real. Victims should be heard. Offenders prosecuted. But he said individuals who fabricate stories in pursuit of financial gain, he says, yes, their victims should be heard, and those offenders also prosecuted. I simply hope we keep the same energy when the truth comes out against the people that lie and fabricate stories. I've been a big proponent to that too as well. If it comes out that you just completely fabricated your story, which many of these women, where there's documented proof that they've intentionally deleted stuff, or they fabricated stories as to where these messages magically went, I think they should be facing the same penalty that Deshaun Watson would have been facing, which is close to life in jail. And I don't see why that's a problem. Yeah, there's clear evidence that they have, digital evidence that these women deleted specific portions of messages to make certain messages sound as if Watson did something wrong. For example, there was a message between him and one of the massage people where he was like, he said sorry, but the messages that were deleted around it, he was just saying, sorry, I missed the appointment. She deleted a certain number of messages around it to make it seem like he said sorry about something that happened during the massage, when that wasn't the case. but Deshaun Watson actually turned over all of his messages.
Damn,
And these women didn't think initially. Remember, these women were fighting against turning over their IG information. But then when they were forced to turn it over and the truth started to come out, then things didn't look so good in their light. And that's when we saw a lot of the women in this lawsuit start to drop out. That's what initially started to happen. Let me, so I got a lot of statements right here from Tony Busby, the first statement that he made. So I think this is where Tony Busby, the lawyer for the women, I think this is where he went wrong, because in his initial statement to the public, it was like he's inviting anybody who might have had a sexual encounter with Deshaun Watson to be like, come on, join. Just might as well come on, join, because this is a big money grab. And it never was about truth from the beginning. He said, I'm extremely proud to represent those who have no perceived power against those who have perceived power. Things are changing in this country, in this great state, in this city, and I feel like it's for the better for all of us. Today, we filed suit against Deshaun Watson. Too many times, women have put up with behavior that we all know no one should put up with. Should we make excuses for the famous or those who hold special positions, quarterbacks, local professionals of a football team? I don't think so. All people are equal and deserve dignity and respect. My dad was a butcher. My mother drove a school bus and worked in a snack bar. Knowing what I know now, my mama had more dignity and are pinker than most executives or coaches, politicians, or famous athletes who have in their whole bodies. This is a case. He said, this case we just filed against Watson isn't about money. It's about dignity and stopping behavior that should be stopped. Now, stay tuned for details. Let me say this. I'm a Marine. I'm not easily intimidated. If you have info or have been a part of this, contact my office. And then he gives his email address. And that's when he had a flood of people, or at least these women, reaching out to him saying that they had a story to tell. And I don't know if he selectively chose which stories to go with, but I know the initial crop of women that came in was a lot more than what we see here. It was more than 22 women that reached out. So we're either dealing with a serial crazy motherfucker, or we're dealing with a whole bunch of lying IG models. You got to now choose who to believe. That's the problem right there.
I say this though. I say this about that though. To your point earlier, when you saying like you got to have certain people, like the NFL has a whole bunch of stuff in place. My first go around, you get a card with everybody's name on it. Mm-hmm. You the GM, your head coach, and you know this, Lamar. I know you cool with some dudes that have played, and some guys that are around. You have access to a lot of different people in a lot of different situations. You ain't gotta go through no IG. You ain't gotta go through Twitter, Facebook, none of that. You ain't gotta go do none of that. That's why it always baffles me when people be having DUIs in the league and they got a whole like free car service.
Free, they got a partnership with like Uber or something, don't they?
Tip included. You could be 100 miles from wherever you partying and clubbing at, and they'll come scoop you.
Free. They got a whole partnership there with like Lyft or Uber.
They'll come get you.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why they don't put the type of money that they should put in the WNBA. I get it. People don't watch it, so it don't bring in no revenue. But if you ain't gonna put no money in that, put money in stuff like that. So these things, like you have a paper trail, you have your breadcrumbs. So you don't ever have to end up in no situation like that. Hey, listen, we provide our players with massage therapists, chiropractors, foot doctors, back doctors, all these different people who can actually like get paid by a 16, 17, I don't know what it's gonna be next year, $1 billion company, $1 billion enterprise, and people can get money off of that, and then you don't have to worry about half of this stuff. Because you could get that from your jump off. So whatever you got going on, bro, and then it doesn't have to be attached to the NFL, and they could be like, hey, this has nothing to do with us. This is something they did completely on their own. And if they do it, then you come up with a whole different set of penalties again, you do have to go through the proper channels that he said, she says, the legal system, and that should be looked at. That's why I said you can never say a woman's or excuse me, a female's claims are false until you do some actual investigation into it and see what it does. But again, you go through all of the people who've had situations that happen like that. Ray Rice, out of the league. He was done. They kicked him to the curb like, bro, you out of here. We done had dudes that had DUIs back in the league. Kareem Hunt, you saw them on kicking the girl. Joe Mixon knocked a chick out in a bar and grill. Tariq Hill pled guilty to choking and punching his baby mama that was pregnant. And y'all sit up here talking about, oh, he shouldn't be allowed to get back in the NFL anymore. Like, are you motherfuckers serious?
You ain't lying. Now, this is the thing right here. What I'm about to tell y'all here. This is what really tainted this case, and I think moved the needle more in Deshaun Watson's favor. This is when Rusty Hardin, Deshaun Watson's attorney, he set up a sting. He set up a miniature sting operation. And he said he believed from the jump that these women would make an attempt to try to blackmail him. So they made sure to have his IG monitored 24/7, his Twitter messages, his phone lines bugged and ready to record at all times. I'm talking about they were on their P's and Q's. And he basically presented evidence to the FBI, says we have strong evidence showing that the allegations are false. And he cited 5 of the Jane Does. And he said a woman attempted to blackmail Deshaun Watson on behalf of 4 other women. So it was 5 of them total, all named in this allegation. He says they attempted to blackmail Deshaun Watson by demanding $30,000 each in exchange for their indefinite silence. He said this was recorded via WhatsApp because I guess they thought that the WhatsApp communications couldn't be traced, so they were using WhatsApp. And then they also made a phone call, and she said they would give indefinite silence on what they stated as consensual encounter. And he says it's their belief that the plaintiffs in the case are listed under case number 2021-15613, basically the case number that listed all of the women under the class action suit. And then they also attached a declaration by Brian Burney, who was a private investigator who set up this miniature sting operation to catch the women trying to run this scam. And he said this calls into question the legitimacy of all of the other women as well. He says, and he also says, we received numerous unsolicited comments in the past week from many licensed massage therapists who have worked with Deshaun in recent years. He says these women describe him as a gentleman and a model client who never engaged in inappropriate conduct. He says, indeed, before these salacious claims, everyone who associated with Deshaun described him as an outstanding, respectful, and compassionate man. So there's 2 sides of this coin. You got these 22 women named in the allegations saying that he's one way, but they have on record about 30 massage therapists saying the opposite. Again, a lot of different things right there that go to the credibility of these women. That the preponderance of the evidence ain't looking good for these women, even in a civil case. That's not good. What do y'all think about that?
I think that basically I think they got too hyped up. Basically, I think they got arrogant and they thought they can just throw anything at the wall and it was gonna stick, and that they was gonna be able to get a civil case and it just looked like it bit them in the ass this time. That's what I'm looking. Because it looks like over time these Me Too situations with black men, with them coming out against black men, they begin lazier and lazier, and they begin way more time convenient. Like when they're more convenient when they decide to come out, and they just begin less and less stated. They used to start out blatantly saying that it was assault or rape. Now they're saying like, oh, it was partial misconduct, or it was a miscommunication, or I felt uncomfortable, but I continued to go back. You know, these arguments are getting lazier and lazier as time went on. It looked like this time it was just too lazy to hold up that the judge happened to throw it out. This could have went any other way. Somebody could end up deciding to prosecute it anyway. But in this case, looks like justice was served. As far as I'm concerned, after hearing all these allegations, I was assuming I was going to hear something credible or something big. But so far, most of the allegations just sound like this dude got some type of weird some type of weird things they get off to, and they don't like it, but they still continue to either conform with it or.
That's what I took from it too.
Right.
He just like weird. He like weird shit, man.
Right. That's it. Yeah. That's a personal issue that he probably got to figure out, but that's not nothing illegal or immoral about him having those type of beliefs.
Yeah, they got this dude. They got him. They had him on the stand. They said he gave testimony and evidence. He said in mid-January, he said he spoke with one of the plaintiffs listed as Jane Doe in the Deshaun Watson case, currently pending in Harris County, Texas. He said it's clear to me that the person I spoke with met with Deshaun Watson in late December. He says the same day that Jane Doe contends in her petition. She said the same day that Jane Doe contends in her petition that she met with Deshaun. He says when I spoke with Jane Doe in January, she stated that she wanted a settlement from Deshaun, though exactly what she wished to settle for was not clear at the time. And boy, they went through a little elaborate thing to break that down. Man, oh man. And then they remember when they talked about Rusty Harden's team.
That's the problem. Like these people, the average person doesn't know any of this. They see the allegations, and that's what they ride with.
Yep.
And they see the number of allegations. That's another one. So because all these women can
it sound bad, it look bad. Oh man, I can't believe he would do something like that. And then don't read anything else other than just what the headline is. And I get that's where we at now. Like it's about, you got to click the headlines. People get to see certain things, and that's all they want to see. They want to see the things that make them feel good about either not liking a person, or it's like, it sounds plausible. It's an NFL guy. Like, bro, I can't tell you how many places I done been to, people, and they look at you. You walk through the door, you look a certain type of way, and then if something comes out about you, like, yeah, I can see how you could think that about him. And that's why I think a lot of people didn't see it about Deshaun Watson, because
to be fair,
he don't nothing about him says NFL quarterback when he walks through the door. Maybe that big ass chain nigga be wearing.
Let me read this. Let me read this part, y'all.
Like you don't look. He doesn't look intimidating. He doesn't look incriminating. Like,
yeah, he doesn't. Let me read this part right here, y'all, because man, they really caught these women dead to rights because they set them up. He says during my discussion with Jane Doe. I questioned the factual basis for why she requested the settlement that she was requesting from Deshaun. Jane Doe informed me that she was asking to be paid $30,000 along with the other 4 women for what she referred to as indefinite silence about her encounter with Deshaun. He says he asked her what she would be silent about and whether anything had happened with Deshaun against her will. She confirmed that everything that occurred on December 28th, so we can easily identify who this Jane Doe was, because this specific Jane Doe, the incident was on December 28th, which we went over that one. She says everything that occurred was consensual during their encounter with Deshaun. On that date, she says, I asked Miss Jane Doe why Deshaun should pay for silence regarding something that was consensual. Whatever it was, she said that it was a matter that both she and Deshaun would wish to keep secret and that she would need to be paid for her silence. After my conversation with Miss Jane Doe, I received a call from a man purporting to be her business manager. Jane Doe's business manager told me that her encounter with Deshaun would be embarrassing if revealed, and that Deshaun should pay to keep the matter secret. I told this individual that his demand to be paid for not revealing a consensual interaction between two adults was extortion. He responded, "It's not extortion, it's blackmail." I informed this individual that Deshaun would not be paying the $30,000 requested. In the years that I've known Deshaun, I've known him to be a respectful, decent human being. I did not believe him to be capable of this conduct that Jane Doe has accused him of in this case. The conduct is completely inconsistent with statements made by multiple Jane Does and her business manager, indicating that her encounter with Deshaun was involved to be consensual. So let me go back to the incident on the 28th. Let me see if that was with one of the married women, because I believe it was. Yeah, here it is right here. Okay, so this was the lady who had a fiance. Yeah, this was the lady who had a fiance. And she said she began shaking with fear as she was worried about the repercussions of upsetting him. When she said, this is the one that said Watson verbally coerced her into moving her mouth towards his penis. So she was kind of like the ringleader of the extortion scheme that was reported to the FBI. She was kind of the ringleader of it, the one that gave him oral sex. Crazy, man. Crazy.
I just wanted to slightly correct some. I forgot what the brother name is at the bottom.
Which one, Reggie or Ralph?
Whichever one on the left.
That might be Reggie then. Yeah, what do you correct?
He said that that's the thing now. That's the norm now about just believing allegations based off a headline and all that. And well, that's been a norm for black men for centuries. It's just a norm now to hide that shit and pretend like it's not about racism. Because back then they was more openly racist about that shit. They would just say that they would lynch black men. So white men, so basically a bunch of white women go out and have consensual sex with black men, and then if they got caught, they would claim that it wasn't consensual, so that black man would get lynched. So back then that was openly racist. Now we got they have behind this Me Too shit, so it look like they're trying to do some actual justice for women victims, for female victims. So now you can't call it out as racism, because then they're gonna try to accuse you of misogyny or like.
I won't disagree with that at all. And I don't know what I said that.
No, I would just make sure I was clarifying, because I think you were saying something about the headline, about people reading the headline and not reading deep into the stories and all that. For one, that people want to believe that situation but
it goes with white athletes too. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you're an athlete and you're a man and you get accused of this, or you like, and the proof that proves that it's about men is, look at what happened with Brittany Griner when she got hit with the domestic violence charge, beating her girlfriend. We look at how big Griner is. We see how strong Griner is. She got accused of domestic, but there was no push in the WNBA to there was no push to kick her out the league. She shouldn't play in the league again. It was a small story, a quiet suspension, and she came right back and like nothing happened. It was no big deal. ESPN didn't run multiple stories on it, slandering her name, calling her wife a victim. And none of that happened.
Right.
But it happened with Griner. And Griner is essentially, I mean, if you had to think of the dynamic of that relationship, Griner's the husband in that relationship.
That doesn't grab headlines.
And what's his name? And what's
it don't grab headlines.
Mm-hmm. It might be the dumbest
I got a good friend of mine that used to work he was a publisher in NC for a newspaper, for the Charlotte Observer, and he basically he obviously, you got to have a Twitter, you got to have Facebook, you got to have Instagram, you got to have all of that stuff, because it's about the clicks. It's no different than people who do podcasts. If you ain't getting the numbers up, you ain't gonna have a job. So when you look at that type of stuff, again, like I said it kind of like tongue in cheek about the WNBA. I was saying the NBA, they don't put the money into it that they should, but it doesn't bring money in because it's not something that a lot of people want to see. They'll watch they'll watch the women's NCAA tournament before they watch a WNBA game. And so when you see stuff like that with her, like you said, it didn't grab a headline. It was Diana Taurasi. She had some issues similar, and we talked about it for a day, and it was over with.
And it was also,
you know what I'm saying? Like that was it. And so like I get that, and I guess my point to what the brother was saying, that was saying that he was trying to correct it. I was agreeing with him. Like I don't have an issue with what he was saying, or I was just simply saying like we don't look deeper into things. It's like when we see a contract and we say, hey, such and such signed for a 3-year, $40 million contract, and then we go and look into the details of the contract. You're like, wait a minute, it's not $40 million. It's really like 19. Still a whole bunch of money, but it ain't 40.
Right.
But then when you having a conversation with somebody, the first thing, man, that man made $40 million, bro. I don't want to hear nothing he got. But he didn't make 40.
Right.
He made a lot of money. Let's not get it twisted. But I'm just saying, like the headline, when you go on ProFootballTalk.com, you go on ESPN, you go on such and such times for a record, however much money. And it's still a lot of money, but we don't go into the details. It's like the things that like perk our ears up. I can't tell you, and I know all of y'all been in the same situation where somebody will come tell you something, and Lamar, you got the encyclopedia of facts over there. Like you got articles on articles, and you can just go and just, hey man, I just saw this yesterday. What is he talking about? And you'll let somebody just sit there and talk and be like, sound good, bro.
Yeah.
But let me poke all type of holes in this story you talking about.
Man, you got
right
to.
now. So like I'm just saying, like we go for the sexy thing at the time, and that's what the media is right now. That's why they have the people on that they have on. That's why certain people that we've known that play ball, maybe they're not the best analysts, but they sound good on TV, and we like them, and we put them on there, and it's like, boy, we got some people on TV right now. You like, bro, what? And then you go back and look at what they said. Harry Douglas, I love Harry Douglas. They just put him on the Get Up show, or not Get Up, on with J. Will, Max, and kHOU, and he might have another spot on there. Dude is awesome. You know what I mean? Like I like him. He talks like we talking without the curse words and not the profanities in the innuendos. But I don't think he's a good analyst. But he's interesting, and he'll get your attention. I watched him a couple times, and he said some stuff that was factually incorrect. But they're not going to say that on air. They're going to have a talk with him behind the scenes and say, "Hey, bro, you need to get your information again."
Let me give y'all a fact right here. I think this would be real interesting. It says since 2000,
all right,
134 NFL players have been arrested for domestic violence. All right.
Lamont, I want to ask you something right quick, bro. When you get done.
All right. And then it says since 2000. So in the NFL, a league with far more players, far more exposure. Since 2000, there have been 134 players arrested for domestic violence. Since 2000, in a league that's far smaller with far less notoriety, there have been 96 WNBA players arrested for domestic violence. What does that tell you right there? So by the percentages, domestic violence is much more prevalent in the WNBA than it is even in the NFL, a much more aggressive sport where they try to portray these men as aggressive and violent. And they're trying to sell us the WNBA. They're trying to sell us these women as great players and great athletes all the time, but yet domestic violence is, by the percentage, is much more prevalent in the WNBA than it is in the NFL.
Half of them women on women, Lamont.
Also, just to clarify, if y'all recognize it, female on female domestic violence is the highest rate of domestic violence all around the country anyway. You know, so it just get underreported. It just get underreported and under by the media. So
that is crazy right there. Hold on, JR. Go ahead with your question, JR.
I'm so kind of got some related to your question, but I'm gonna rewind a bit further back. You said it's not. I think it's a racial thing that got something to do with it too, because what's his name? Ben Roethlisberger ain't skip a beat. He ain't miss a game. You know what I mean? That nigga ain't miss a game, but
he got suspended.
What's up with that, man? Man, that little baby ass suspension, bro. Nobody.
Wait, hold on. But Deshaun Watson hasn't been suspended.
Man, that man missed whole 2 seasons, bro. Man, whole two seasons, ain't it?
Yeah, but when you're suspended, you don't get paid. He agreed to the team. He agreed with the team to sit out, right, but get paid because of the situation that was going on.
The man got canceled, bro. He missed out on millions of dollars. Like life ain't guaranteed.
Well, hold on. He got paid. He got paid all his money. Now he did lose. He did lose, like I would say, like deals, like partnership deals and things like branding deals. He probably lost that for sure.
So you telling me he got all his yearly money from all the Texans?
He got paid. Yeah, he got paid every cent he was due.
I gotta look this up, man.
Yeah, that was a marketing deal. Smart on the team, but for doing that.
The man got canceled. Another question I want to ask. I'm like, why females ain't being held accountable, bro? Like you putting this dude life on the line, and then you wind up being innocent. So I mean, we need to hold these females accountable, bro. You feel me? Like this ain't right, bro. They can just say scream, you did this and that, and once you left off the hook, the motherfucker just walk and scotch free. Like that shit ain't right, man. America ain't playing fair. You feel me?
Yeah. So I think the only thing he's facing is probably conduct detrimental, which will be 2 to 6 games. Ben Roethlisberger originally got suspended 6 games, but then it was dropped down to 4 after he appealed it. So I could conduct detrimental, and Reggie could tell you more about it. It's so wide ranging. You could damn near do anything wrong, and it could be considered conduct detrimental. I think that's the penalty that they kind of have in play to kind of penalize you, because you might have done something morally wrong, but you didn't necessarily break the law.
Detrimental to the team could be just not showing up to a workout, bro.
Yeah, anything, I believe. Super wide ranging, and I think again it's just there so they could, like for cases like this, maybe they beat the case, but it makes the league or the team look bad.
They can classify it however they want to classify it based on what your contract is. Like,
and you know what? I don't even knock the league for having that, because if I have my own league, I would want such a penalty to exist so I can have a little bit more power on suspending players when they get to cutting up. But if you don't want these guys to be like, oh, I didn't get charged, right? But
right,
still,
it's the Greg Popovich, it's the Bill Belichick, Greg Popovich effect. Like, you know better than anybody else on this team, and I don't want to pay you anyway.
Yep. So, man, that's the. I mean, and again, I got so much more here. I'm talking about. I got so much information here that I would be reading all day if I wanted to just keep reading on this. And I mean, the only thing I want to close with before we shut this down, we got Tony Busby. I mean, his last statement basically, even after the extortion was exposed, you know, even after the grand jury came out and said no criminal charges were coming out, he just basically came out and was just telling everybody, look, just because there's no criminal charges don't mean there's not a civil case. Like, that is not connected. He was just really trying to put that play out there that just because it's not criminal don't mean we can't get civil, because he don't want to mess up his money. Right. He's probably put a lot of time and money and resources into this case. Man, oh man, he has an uphill battle from here. He has an uphill battle. I don't think if I'm Deshaun Watson, I'm taking a civil case to court, just like Derrick Rose did. Remember with Derrick Rose's case, a lot of people didn't hear about it, but he had a sexual assault allegation case that was in civil, He said, "Fuck that! I'm taking it to trial."
Yeah.
Jury found him not guilty, but what happened when they found him not guilty? ESPN ran a little ticker, said it one time. Molly Karam didn't talk about it. None of the women on ESPN spoke up about it, even though they was all over him when it first came out. And it just kind of went away quietly, and he was able to allow to keep playing basketball.
And some woman tried to casually bring it up like years later after when he scored that 50 points. When he scored his 50 points after his knee injury. So she just tried to casually bring that shit up like she was slick and shit.
Well, y'all notice they got a lot. They have a lot more women on TV right now. It's a super uptick in female journalists and analysts.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of them are skilled per se, and some of them being hired aren't exactly skilled in the field they supposed to be in.
Hey, y'all, a lot of people didn't like it, but Rachel Nichols is the one that exposed it.
Mm-hmm.
She said she the one that exposed it. She said, y'all just trying to put on a certain face to make things look a certain way, just for the perception, but it's really not that way.
Well, I got.
What'd you say?
Yeah, half of these women be half dressed.
She was keeping it real. I ain't like how she got kicked out. She was keeping it real, but it wasn't her. It wasn't for her to say that in that point in time.
But you know what? It's hard to say that. It's hard to say that because it was a private conversation that got leaked. Like we say a whole bunch of things privately that we would never say publicly. Like has she known cameras was rolling?
True.
I don't
it did get leaked. You're right. Yeah. Both of y'all right. Y'all right. You're right.
And so and the funny thing about it was,
of course she wouldn't have said that. Yeah.
No, and the funny thing about it is ESPN had the footage of what she said for almost a whole year. That footage didn't get leaked until it was time for old girl to get paid for her contract. And when it was time, when ESPN didn't want to pay her what she was asking, it's believed that her camp leaked that tape out to make it messy, to make Rachel Nichols look bad, and to make ESPN look bad for not paying her. And ESPN still didn't end up paying her. She took her ass to a whole nother network, and we don't know where the hell she's at or what the hell she's doing. We ain't seen nothing of her since. So I don't know why she would go to NBC. I said that's like the
yeah, sure did.
Yeah, that's like the Antarctica of sports, man. Don't nobody watch NBC for sports.
Hey, Lamont.
What up?
Hey, Lamont. I appreciate you for having me on, bro. I'm like I said, I'm a new subscriber. I only been on here for like probably a week or so, and you know, it was a good panel. I tried not to dominate the conversation, bro, but it was a lot of stuff that I kind of had some familiarity with, so I just, you know, I try to get my little 2 cents where I could, bro. But I'll definitely be back, man. And I appreciate everybody else that chimed in with the opinions, man. This look like this is a great channel, bro. So hopefully, you know, I got my bell on, bro. I got my subscribe button on, so
yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and subscribe to you, bro. And y'all boys be easy. And salute to you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I ran through a few videos before I jumped on, man, and well, just appreciate it, bro.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, anytime you want to pull up, man, just hit that link. You know, we're gonna let you come up and cook, man. I'm glad you came up too, because it's rare that you find somebody who has experience, at least in the league, and you know some of these players and what they go through. So that just kind of gives more credence.
I can't jump on the Jordan LeBron beat though, boy. Y'all niggas be
Yeah, we go in on some topics, man. We go in. But you know, the last time we talked about this topic,
I was on the way to the gym. I was like, hell no.
We got flagged last time.
Yeah, the last time I talked about this, my channel got flagged. I couldn't go live for 90 days. So that's why we can't do no names.
It was a pick me of who you wanted to go at that day, boy. I said these boys out here passionate, boy. I love it though.
Yeah. But it's all cool at the end of the day. That's what I like about it. Everybody usually comes back, man, and it's all cool at the end of the day.
But yeah, man, for real, bro. I appreciate you, man. And like I said, I look forward to jumping on some chats with y'all, man, and just jumping in, trying trying to listen to y'all, learn a little bit more, man. And y'all boys be safe, man. Y'all have a good night, man, and have a great week, bro.
Yes, sir, man. All right, man. You be easy. All right, hey, Dad, we gonna be ending it soon. We about to shut it down here. Appreciate you, X-Man, Ralph Lauren, JR, for pulling up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Everybody that pulled up, man. Appreciate it, man. So we gonna be live. We're probably gonna be live tomorrow night. I might do another late night stream tomorrow night just to get some content out.
Hey, Lamont, how that them Ukraine bucks going?
I don't got Ukraine money. I got Russian money.
Yeah, Russian money. The blue blocks.
Oh, Russian rubles. Russian rubles. It ain't changed. It's still pretty low. They actually, because see y'all. So anybody that missed out on it, y'all missed out. They actually put a block on people from doing the exchange. You can't even. So even if you wanted to now, you can't. So y'all screwed. So
that means the price is about to go up.
No, I'm just saying if because all it takes, y'all gotta understand, all it takes is for the war to end. And just Zelensky and Putin, they say they're starting to, now that Putin's shooting them hypersonic missiles into Ukraine, they starting to talk about how can we negotiate this. So if this ends, and if this ends and Russia opens its stock market back up, the Russian dollar is going to go right back up to where it was, and my 50,000 Russian rubles, I'm gonna be sitting pretty over here. See, y'all laughed at me.
I ain't laugh. I was about to do something this week.
There might be a few places where you can get it, but again, from what I've been told is a block on doing the currency exchange for Russian rubles right now. So it might be a wrap.
You still can buy some stock. You still can buy some Russian stocks. You know, you can see which ones.
No. Yeah, you can definitely buy Russian stocks. So.
Yeah, they low as hell right now.
Yep, especially some of the Russian. I would say look into the Russian oil companies that can't sell their oil.
I'm about to see what their oil looking like.
So there's still a way to capitalize off of it. I just don't like how a lot of black people, we just be missing the wave on a lot of these opportunities with like cryptocurrency and stocks where, you know, I hate seeing that story be like, oh, the Russian dollar went up and all these people became millionaires because they had, like, hold on, man. I'm not about to keep missing out.
Right.
I'm not about to keep missing out.
We need better. We need more competent leadership, bro, or a more focused leadership. Because what we got right now is just people, and I hate to call it, but call it what it is. That's pretty much what we got right now. Is pretty much just torture. Like we got people just watching all the bad news 24/7 and then complaining about it, and then we just stop there. Like, no, you need to make a plan. You gotta have a plan. Gotta inform people what to do to better themselves and their life and their families. Yeah, you gotta find a way.
Like, our biggest influence right now is NBA YoungBoy, man. So our future ain't looking too bright. We need better influences, man. For real, this shit really sad. That's why I can't even listen to this shit half the time, man.
Really?
Sad out here.
My problem is that as black people, we always not only do we say we can't succeed, when a black man becomes successful, instead of supporting him, the first thing we do as black people is tear that motherfucker down and try to see if we can try to find a way to
join the Illuminati and all that.
We try to find a way to call that man a sellout or pretend like he
had to sell some ass to get some cash, all that bullcrap.
Hey, Jared, we're gonna end it on Jared's question. He says, Lamont, if you were the NFL, what are you doing about D. Watson? I'm gonna do what the NFL's done. The NFL is already done an intensive investigation on this. They haven't came out with any significant findings. The only thing that's happened is that Tony Busby, the attorney of the women, is mad because the NFL ain't came to talk to him. And the NFL already made a statement saying that there's no need for us to talk to him because we have all the affidavits, we have all the statements, we have access to all the women, and it's on them to cooperate with us. See, Tony Busby wants to coach the women on how to talk to the NFL before they sit down in front of them. The NFL just wants straight access to them so they can talk to them without any coercion or coaching, because we've already seen what he's done with some of these depositions when he coaches them up. These women get to saying words like defecation and aggressively dictating and shit like that because he's coaching them up to say certain things that's like trigger words, and they ain't really giving a true testimony about what was happening. On top of the fact that the FBI has also released a report on the extortion BS, so they have all the information they need. They have access to more people. They got people who former CIA, former FBI working for them. They don't need no help. They good. So the NFL's already investigated it. They've been looking at it for over a year, and I'm positive that if there was something to this that would be bad, they would have informed the Cleveland Browns before the Cleveland Browns traded for him and offered him a $230 million contract. So
the Browns ain't worried about nothing.
They're not worried about it at all. They offered him $230 million like it was nothing.
So obviously it must be a lie.
Yeah, because as soon as everybody was just waiting for the grand jury to clear him. People don't realize it's so rare to get your case thrown out by the grand jury. Come on, man.
I know you're trying to head out. I came on late. I got one more question I want to ask you before I head out.
Yo, what up?
The NFL draft, I'm finna say, you seen the dude get injured and the dude walk right past my. How you feel about that, bro? That's the last question I got for you, bro.
Hold on, what happened?
The NFL player he tore his ACL doing the combine, and they just let that nigga. They let him sit on the ground crying for nobody checked on him or nothing. They just walked right past him. They said next, like they hit him with that. You see the video?
Nah, hell no. I gotta check that out.
There's a Michigan State linebacker. He was projected to go first round, and he injured himself doing the drill. They just walked right past him. They ain't check on him or nothing. He tore his ACL. But check that out, man, and shout out to everybody tomorrow.
I'm gonna look into it. What'd you say, Ralph?
We gotta do something about these lying people, though.
They
gotta get prosecuted.
All the women?
Yeah, and people in general that lie on people and
well, in this case, this might be one of the rare cases where we might see something get done because Rusty Hardin filed a complaint with the FBI about this. And so, if the FBI looks into it and if they find grounds to charge these women for blatant lying or manipulating evidence or digital stuff to try to make things look a certain way, it's a whole bunch of conspiracy charges they could come up with, extortion charges, all types of crazy charges. The feds don't care. I mean, they got a whole book of crazy charges, and them charges carry ridiculous sentences. So they've already reported it to the FBI, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good for some of these women.
Yeah, like the Chris Brown case, chick lied about the same thing. And he got text messages and all that. They threw the case out. She was just mad that he didn't want to hit no more.
If we got to do something, we're going to have to. The best we're going to do is just come together and try to get a law passed. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what they're accusing Chris Brown, bro. You know.
Hold on. You got Jared says the NFL needs to get more serious in terms of cracking down on stupidity and trifling behavior.
That's the first thing I agree with what Jared ever said.
No. It could go both ways because what you consider stupidity or trifling behavior might not be stupidity and trifling behavior. So now you're going to get the NFL playing being the moral police because a lot of these things is about morality, not necessarily criminality.
Yeah, and the NFL ain't got no morals either. So.
It's not their place to be moral. That's not their place. They can't start diving into people's personal lives. I mean,
you need a law pass for that.
Yeah, it's a lot going on here, man. The NFL, I think they've handled this situation perfectly. They've waited. The team made a good decision in just having them sit out but still pay them. And now there's winners all across the board. Cleveland got the quarterback. They made the successful trade, all this stuff. So everybody's a winner right now. Only person who's losing is the former Browns quarterback. What's his name? I forgot his name. He's on his way out the door now.
Yeah, the best thing we can do is raise our voice. You know, as long as we keep tabs on stuff like this and bring out the evidence, more people come out and do that, then the situation will be, you know, fine.
Yeah, that's the mandatory part. That's the hard part right there. Can we like what Jared's doing right here? As much as Jared is against what Deshaun Watson did, the fact is these women, we have to support the men here because it already takes so little to get a man convicted of something like this. Like I've seen men get convicted on way less because they didn't have the money or representation to defend themselves. Right. So you got some man who's sitting in jail innocent, hoping that some of these innocence projects and campaigns will take their case to get them out. And they'll have to sit in jail 20 and 30 years before they get out. So I don't mind them putting pressure on the justice system to have a higher burden of proof. I like that.
Yes. Because that's how the Constitution was made. Guilty, you gotta prove beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, you gotta
commit the crime.
Yeah, it ain't guilty till proven innocent, or it ain't because you sound guilty, you guilty. Hell no. You gotta show me he guilty. Right. I need video, I need DNA, give me all that. Right. If you ain't got none of that, man, get that out my face. That's what it needs to be. I'm not trying to hear it if you ain't got real. I'm tired of hearing the sob stories, the emotional tears, and oh, he did this, and that don't move me no more because we've seen too many people get locked up off the little tears, and then we come to find out you was lying.
Right.
All right. So we're gonna shut it down right there, man. Again, appreciate you, Ralph X-Man, for pulling up for the show tonight. Make sure y'all pull up again. Make sure y'all pull up tomorrow. Man, we got some more conversations coming tomorrow, man. We're gonna probably get off this topic, move on to another topic. But I think we did a good job of breaking down the facts of what all of the victims or so supposed victims or alleged victims said, and we at least we kind of got a glimpse into what the grand jury was able to use to come to some type of a conclusion, and that's what we need. I wish ESPN and some of these bigger networks would take the time and do more due diligence and put the real information out there as to what's going on in these cases, as opposed to just talking about it vaguely, and then feeding people very little insight into as to what's going on. And that's why people like Jared are saying some of the things that he's saying. He said Lamont Dew was talking about David Ajabo, who got injured at the NFL Combine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. Like I said, man, I'm not even following the NCAA tournament the way I want to, y'all. Right? I'm a basketball head because my team, I've been coaching, I've been really locked in on that. And we got another road trip this weekend. So I'm going to try to do as many lives as I can before Friday, but I got another road trip this weekend, and then we got to get ready for our national tournament. So right as it stands right now, I mean, we've been running through everybody. We got a target on our back now. We undefeated in conference play, 10-0. Right? Ain't nobody really came close to beating us. A couple teams thought they could. We done wiped them all down, right? And we still got a lot to figure out. So now that we got the target on our back, man, we just gotta hold it down. He said almost talking. He didn't say that. All right, y'all. But hey, y'all, appreciate everybody pulling up, man. It's been a great stream. Make sure y'all pull up for our stream tomorrow night. We might do another late night stream. I kind of like these late night streams because it's a little bit more chill. Right? Some of the people that make these chats go crazy. I think the last stream I did was kind of frustrating because I just had people talking, and we couldn't stay on topic. People bringing up other stuff that's going on elsewhere. So I actually don't mind these late night streams, man. I actually don't mind them, man. But hey, it's been another great podcast episode. Make sure y'all check out our videos too, man. I got a couple videos dropping this week, man. Film study videos, all of that, man. I got our NBA Jam, our Game 2 versus the Dallas Mavericks coming up soon. So make sure y'all are tuning in for all that stuff right there, man. We got a lot of stuff coming with FYF Sports, especially once our season ends with GCU. It's really going to open the door for me to start doing a lot more. And make sure y'all are watching the community chat over the next 24 hours. I will be unveiling the FYF Sports entertainment and politic news channel. We will be going live on that channel hopefully by next week. But again, we got to hurry up and get that channel to 1,000 subs, get it monetized so we can really go crazy over on that platform as well. So we got a lot to do in a little time. But again, I appreciate everybody for helping this channel get to where it is. All right, but it's FYF Sports. Yeah, we out.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up you.